Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. I can't believe it's already Friday, dude. I was like, yesterday, I was like, holy shit. Today's the end of the week already. Like, what the fuck? Let me take my Mediterraneans and we'll get into it, shall we? Well, also, welcome in. Hello, Larry. Hello, Larry? I don't know how to say that. Yesterday was like, hello, Lear. Aw, thank you. Yesterday was like, I know. It's like, I feel like I haven't done nearly enough this week. I think we'll just be on the big chill this week. Or big chilled screen today. It's another chill day. Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Friday. I'm just gonna put these up. I was messing around in Unreal Engine 5 last night. Stayed up till like fucking 3 a.m. trying to get this renderer to work. It did not want to work. But this is where we got the scene to last night. I added, oh, let me get my mouse in here. We got like some god rays in here, which I think look nice. I fixed up the lighting a bit and the bloom a bit. There's an animation on all the plants, like a lot of the big leaves, like so the trees and like these plants where they wave slightly. And I was trying to get that export like out out of Unreal, but it was just not liking me. So unfortunately, I couldn't do that before stream. The lights, the hanging lights also have like a subtle glow effect as well. They like randomly will glow on and off. And I thought that would be really pretty. But I guess is what it is because it did not want to export correctly. I was gonna do like a PNG sequence, but that was gonna take like 4 hours, and I'm like, that's not it. And then I was gonna try to do an MP4, and the MP4s aren't here. Like this is the folder they're supposed to be in, and they're not here. So I'll have to mess with that probably tomorrow, I think is my plan. I don't know if I did the plugin wrong or something. I might do a little bit of research for it, like really quick right now before we get into making the blind box stuff. Let's see, UE5 render to MP4. No clue what's the other way, but you're just gonna wear something. Hello, Pixels. Which each input to have its own I argument image. I'm wondering, because this honestly just looks like what it's doing is it's taking the PNG sequence and formatting it into a MP4. Yeah, it seems like that is what it's doing. I could also try to do a lesser version of it, but I can't do it. I cannot do it on stream right now because that would tank my computer. So I will try that later. But maybe I'll update this guy at the least because he is different now. Settings. I forgot how to. No, it's at the bottom, isn't it? Customize. Yes. Use your own. Nilaku. I like that we've had the different variants so far. It's very nice. Render. I'd like to actually look at them side by side. I think that would be nice. We'll just do this one. I don't think it really matters all that much. Look at that. I think it's stretched. I think that's stretched. I don't want it to be stretched. Why did you stretch it? Or is this how it is? I don't know. This feels a little stretched. Or maybe it's because the window is bigger. I think the window is bigger. Let me look at it. Put it down. My headset's falling off my head. It's like this one versus overview. This one. Yeah, I changed the window up a bit. But I like this one a lot, personally. Like, I like how wide this one feels, but I feel like this is more room. Like, it's like a bedroom. Oops, that's a lemon guy. Yeah, this one's a lot nicer in my opinion. Wow, it's like such a stark difference in my opinion. It's crazy. Looks nice though. I like it. All right. At the very least, we can see it there. Oh, oops. Alrighty. All right. So let's make the blind boxes. Do it. La da dee da da dee da. On the stereo. Oh, right. That's what I was doing. Big poop. Like we're gonna do a triangle. And take it. And go. Oh, the center point is on here. We're just gonna change these to a different color just so I can see. Like this. Might have made these a little too thick, maybe. Oh, I think it's fine. I'll take these and we'll do a gradient overlay. It'll be a lip. Oh, radial? Radial, I think, is what I want. Yes. When chicks send out of me. Like to do blue to a lighter blue if possible. Inside of me. Okie dokie, this is gonna go here. I think I might make it a little less opaque. I can go at the bottom. And then we can get a bean. Where'd I put it? Each one. It's a pornography. Did I want to put? I think I do. Let's do outer glow. No. Lights. Can make it darker. And shooting stars. I think it should be a darker color. You would make it this far. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do blind box on top or if I want to put like something else. Let's try, I think I'm gonna try text first. Blind. Favorites. Let's use Blinky Star for this. I'm gonna get bigger. I say as it kind of feels a little off, I think. Call you love to show off. Let's look up cute blind box designs, huh? Blind box designs. I love to show off. I like this one. This is cute. I like how they do. Yeah, why don't... Well, I guess we have to make the box white. But that doesn't mean we can't make an accent of it that's different. Yeah. Like, why can't the top be cool? Instead of the bottom. Like, why does the top have to have a thing? What's this one? Ooh, this one's like very like reminds me of Valorant, I feel like. Or not Valorant, but like I don't know what way to like what aesthetic is, but it's like computer. I like it. This one's cute. But we're gonna have to go a little bit simpler, I think. I like these ones. Ooh. I like these ones. These are rather simple. Well, I guess I can't really look at them. Ooh, I have another idea. And then maybe we can round the corners just a little bit. And then we can take this guy, shove him in here. Center him up. There you go. Yep, okay, cool. He's centered. And if we blur it a bunch, it'll give us like a nice like watercolor. Then do you want to make this like less? But I think this needs to be a darker color. Maybe lighter color? Okay, no color. I don't want it to compete with the bean. That's my only issues. I don't want it to compete with the bean. But what about this guy? Let's put them all in here. soft light, maybe? Oop, not that guy. This guy. Oh. Rasterize, rasterize. There we go. Up, up, here we go, go. Yeah, I like that. We out of here. Oh. D2, D3. D1. Ooh. Ooh. I like the Rune-Mite so much. The Rune-Mite is so cute. Realistic sticker. I really like the textured one. Copy image. This style of D4. You right here, I'm a rocket. I'm in a place like yours. Touch the planets. Oh, girl, watch me grab it. Actually, maybe I want to change the font. What font did they use for this one? Ah, they used the font that I actually used for Buffy a while ago. We should see eyes with you right here. Actually, like, I think. Is this my old font? This is the old one. Oh, this is the new one. Appearance. Baby, run, run for your life. Run for your life. It was a Ninja Turtles one. Interesting. I just don't know if I like the font. Let's go to the font. Let's find a font. Oh, that's not how you spell that. Senso Retrograde Various comic. Cartoon, maybe? This one's not bad. Super Trend. I kind of like that one. I like the heart from Super Malibu. Please be mine. Run, baby, run. Sponge boy me Bob. That's Arco. Arco's not bad in full caps. Quick Love is cute too, actually. This kind of mixes, I feel like, what I wanted. Milk. What if we did it in all caps? I think they're same. Same? Yeah, same. I kind of like this one. Remember me. This feels like metallic. This one. It was Quick Love. So I'm trying to decide if I want it to be like that. I think I do. I kind of like that. Let's get this line out of here. It also should be inverted. Focus if you got a kiwi. Hope you're having a great day, by the way.
Pet that dog. No,
Can't pet that dog.
I don't need it.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
The dark?
I don't need it.
Maybe I should lessen the radius. That's not bad. Migraine is better, but work is annoying. I'm sorry, buddy. I hope that it gets better. You have anything exciting that you want to do this weekend? What a small set of cute shit we can think of. What style you think for the gods if we do tea for creatures? Oh, then I really need that. Hopefully rest. The in-laws are out of town this weekend, and then anime. I'm excited for a Sunday anime. Okay, so for the gods, we could do realistic stickers or creepy stickers. I like this one. I like C a lot. I think. Yeah, I like C3 a lot. Yeah. And then, I gotta do blind box at the bottom. Blind box. I don't know if I want the text to be pink though. I like this the saturation and stuff. Yeah. I think I want to be small. I don't want to have to think right now. Talking about thinking. Fuck, I forgot about this. I was gonna make a Goofy Goober hat. I forgot. Put on this one. This one. Goofy Goober hat. Oh my god, this is like a whole thing. That's okay. Let's make it anyway. Okie dokie. I forgot to do this. And then close curve. I want all of these to be added together. Turn this off. La la la. Oh, I just realized I'm really big on the screen. Sorry, my bad. My bad. What the fuck? Why is that weird? Should have done this right. I did not. Should go there. Or should it go here? Oh yeah, I guess so. Go. These combine. I've been done written and be my mind. Hi, Condemned. How are you doing today? First beginning to my hand. Hair, convert to curves. The blank space before you. The dirty window. Break curve. Oh, close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. I should turn on stream avatars. Oh, we're here. Only you can let it in. BLT, come sit over here with me, little guy. Little guy, you come sit over here with me. Unreturn. Join curves. And then great tradition. Sometimes my tries. Inside the line. Condition. I'll make mistakes. Staring at the blank space before you. The dirty window. Or something in the distance. Your inhibition, feel the rain on yours, and I can feel it for you. Only you can let it. What? Yes. Where your book begins. When no one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can make the words on your lips. And words unspoken. And that's not open. Today is just a hundred times. Bum, 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 bum. Add a blank space before you open up the dirty window. Well, illuminate the things that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release. Oh shit. Your skin, no one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can feel it. Life with eyes wide open. Way your book begins. Alright. I don't trust that is the color. I want to see it in the show. It is very tiny. Life with arms wide open. Alright, this guy. Man, we're really getting pixelated, huh? Oops. I really not have like another goofy goober hat. Mac. Go on, bend your knees as you shake it to the max. I like this one. This one's pretty big. I say as I imported in and it's still small, actually. That's okay. Let me shake it to the max. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. We're a goofy goobers, yeah. Goofy goober, goober, gooby, yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Ah, there we go. It's a wife. Oh my god. I'm making a goofy goober hat. Because I'm a goofy goober. How you doing, wife? You having a good day? You doing all right? I don't know what that line's for. I want to do another circle. Invert it, remove it. Yeah, try to scratch that before I start. I hope I have a lovely stream. Hope I have a lovely stream. Anybody can touch this. I gotta close. Close curb. There we go. And I want these to be this color. And the outside to be this color. And I might try out crowd control. Oh, we gotta try. You want to try out crowd control for like peak and stuff? Is that what you're gonna try it with? That'd be fun. I saw a randomizer mod. I was watching Uber Haxer Nova play Peak, and he was playing with the randomizer mod, and it looked really fun. I feel like we should try that. Or like, they had like some other movement mods that made Peak look pretty fun. I'll be shining wherever you are. To me, but you're so far. Where do my little... Oh, there. Yeah, there's like pushing and then diving and then a bunch of other stuff. So I'll have to see if I can get like the I could just look at it now. Hold on. Like the profile code for it, because I feel like that could be fun. Please don't mind the Creepcast video. I don't think they have the VODs. This is the official stream mod. They have the... I'm sure that if we looked it up on like R2 Modman, it would be like this one, but I will look at it later. Take a voice sitting. Oh my god, I just realized everybody's like in front. Move people back. There you go. 7 West 7 train. Wait, but then... Okay, this is just gonna have to go on top. Okay, that's fine. Take over shut up. Still say you. Look at this one. I don't know. On the run. I think it's just these ones that I want. Back in your bed. This one, this one, this one, and this one. I'll curve them. I live the American life, so I do it my way. I do what I like. I live the Italian dream, and it sets me free. Celebrate tonight. On the run. And then we do... Why do I have a Bikini Bottom font? I just forgot what it's called. What is it? Which one is it? A sick obsession. In my dreams. Is it this one? It is this one. This one's a little different though, huh? Let me go look at the font. Cartoon. Where's Sponge Me Boy? Where does Sponge Me Boy go? Sponge Boy Me Bob? Sponge Boy. Sponge Boy Me Bob! G's a little different, but I think that's okay. It's closer. I think it's closer than this one. I'm going crazy. Getting kind of hazy. If I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. Hard to find. Let me go to S's. Sponge Boy Me Bob. Let me center it. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. We're goofy goobers, yeah. Goofy goober, yeah. Which point? It's not this one. It is this one. A question. I want to party in my basement. An 808 drum. Is my love your drug? Alright, I gotta give it to this model as well. The model I'm using. I'll give it to BLT2. Your love is my drug. Let's rasterize the boy. Boop, boop. Yep. If I reload myself. I'll bring it down like a little bit. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. Ik ben goofy goober, ja. I wanna dance with the light. I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. I make his like teeny. Rock that body. Come on, rock that body. Yep. Oh shit, we have to go to my other model really quick. Make it hot. Here we go, now you got an itty bitty rock model. He has an itty bitty goober hat now. Cause he a goober. Cause for some reason it's too tall to make it any. Well, I kind of want to modify it actually. Save, close. It's so tiny though. Wait, it's so tiny. Wait, I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. Oh shit, I gotta switch my model again though. Fuck. That's better. It's a little bit bigger. Come here. Gooba. Be the model type with no appetite. All gods, one version, kill which one we want. C3 are creatures. A quick question: what word you could think of for a try to turn it into a cute? Can you think of? Okay, quick. Could you warden? 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 Baby 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 grub warden? Have I said it enough times to... Have I said it enough times? Baby warden? Baby warden? Perhaps a baby warden? Perhaps this little guy? Perhaps baby warden? Perhaps a baby warden? I know I'm supposed to type it in the Discord, huh? Okay, hold on.
Father, help!
Oh, I have been needed. Hello. Understood, thank you. Bubba Walden. Ow! My peanut! God, you gotta make it into peanut butter. We're gonna turn it into peanut butter. No! I'm not ready to be a butter goober. Goofy butter goober. Oh. How you doing, Sheppy? I hope you're having a great day, by the way. Do I want to do a gradient? Gargoyle, love you. I will play. Sound good. If we make time, I'll be happy. If we don't, it's okay. Do 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 do. I'm good. Just bonding with my boyfriend's brother. Cute. Hope that's going well. Milk beans go away. Milk beans. Where'd the eye go? There you go. Mountains hold me from the earth. Also, you're stinking. Oh! Why? Why would you say that I'm stinky? I'm not stinky. I'm not stinky. I guess. Is it like the front? I smell you from here. Oh! No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. I smell good. I smell good. Ow, 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 ow. Damn, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Gosh. Collect. Collect them all. Collect them all. Should this be like this? Yeah. I'm gonna grow out of shadow. Honey, just put you. Ah, my rib hurts. Ow! 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 It hurts. This is the back. This isn't helping my rib. Did I say my back? I meant my rib hurts. What the fuck? I can do anything. I can do anything. It again. What happened to your life? Ew, what's that? Ew, what the fuck? What do you mean? Ew. What? Gonna have fun tonight. What's happening tonight? What the fuck? Canadian coming in here with fighting words. I'm about to beat your ass. You know what, Canadian? I'm about to beat your ass. What the fuck you mean, ew? The fuck you mean, ew? You trying to hurt my feelings day one already? No, stop. Stop it. You guys gotta stop. Why are you out here trying to hurt my feelings? It's not very nice. and try to beat my ass. You may hurt yourself. You see, Canadian, as a short lassie myself, I have an advantage. Would you like to know what that advantage is? It's called Mr. Stepstool. And you're like, oh, haha, Elaine's gonna try to be on a step stool and try to beat my ass. No, no. Step stool is a weapon. Oh my god, my rib. My rib hurts. What'd you guys do to make my rib hurt? Ha ha ha, Stuart Sheppy. I doubt you're that much taller than me. Don't even come at me, bro. Oh, my rib hurts. Oh, yeah, yeah. Dry heaves? I'm 6'4", strong as fuck, and extremely high pain tolerance. Good luck. I'm gonna tell your girlfriend. Your female friend. Oh. Pixel said cute. That means I have Pixels on my side. And that means we can use him like a Actually, I should ask Womble if it's okay. I don't know. I have a girlfriend? Your female friend that you're seeing on New Year's. I'm gonna tell her. I met her. I don't know her name. I ain't be like that. I snitch. I'm a snitch. I'm a snitch if you test me. If you test me, I'm a snitch. I'll snitch on you guys if you guys are mean to me. This reminds me of one time it feels like he's the villain of the server, but he's just a guy. He's a silly guy. You don't know her name or her Discord, so you can't be snitching. Oh, she got planned for beating me for a few things. Yeah, and you know what? Women stick together. So, like, honestly, it's probably gonna be fine because she's probably be like, oh my god, I can't believe you would be mean to such a bean. And I'd be like, exactly, bro. And then she gonna beat your ass even harder. Don't jail me. Don't jail me. This is the second time this week I've been told I go to jail. And I don't collect my $200 and I don't pass go. Like, I haven't done anything. You guys are the ones calling me stinky. You guys gotta go jail. She made fun of the milk beans when I told her about the idea of adding the milk beans to my game as a replacement for the cows. Hey, man. Do it. I'll put my close friends in here. You can get a Mew. You can get a Mew. You can get a Mew and you can get a me. I really need to export my bean out of here. Where is it? We could do Rat Cousin, actually. Well, I kind of want to do Rat Cousin, Gob, and I think Nilbog. I want to make one for Nilbog. I want to kind of do them in a pack. So we'll do these guys first. Chat, my rib hurts. I'm dying. All of your repeated toots have led me to my death. Oh, my mouth is open. Fuck. It just led me to my death, and now I will die. And pain and agony. Just kidding. You can't get rid of me that easy. And it's gonna. And then the common ones. The common ones. I don't know how I want to do the common ones. Oh shit! Why is playing Helldivers too? But wait, her thing says Space Marines where it's at. Oh, 18 plus how diverse. What? What? Wife's thing confuses me. Um. mm, how do these all 330. All right, time to make the other ones. I can't deny every night. I'm gonna do like a new blind box. What? Oh, I already have one. What? Okay, this is... Whoa. Whoa. Set 1. This is... box. I have to go bathroom. If I go bathroom, I go stretch, my ribs will stop hurting. I'll be right back. I love you guys, even though you call me stinky and you hate me. I'll be back. Listen, Sheppy called me stinky. You said ew. Both of them are transgressions in my book. Oh, hello, Zach. Thank you for the lurk. I just went, oh, because you're stuck over here. You're also stuck in there. Okay. One sec. Okay. I don't know what I'm waiting for, but okay. Don't lick me. That's gross. Do not lick. Licking is gross. Use. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I can't change it to a crayon. That's fine. That's not fine. Why would you change to a crayon? It's because I need to be on the other model. Oh my goodness, you be farting. There we go. Oops. There you go. Go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. Okay, so I gotta make basic ones. I think we should make a Moira one. A Moira one, BLT one and a Soyoung one. That's my plan. You know I'll take all my loves. Stream. Let's do a BLT one first. I refuse to slip away. Oh no, I don't know. Should I just go home? Base. Alright. Okay. Oh, I love to get high my nose. Every time I talk, I choke. Explodes, no explodes. No, I love to get high my load. Go around and lose control. Okay, now that the class is, I can chat here again. Hello, how was the class? How did the class meeting? Get bigger. Not where I'm supposed to. This should be smaller though. There we go. And I can get the puppy ears. I think the puppy ears will be good for this. Oh no, yeah, you know. Have to get out my lows. Fuck around and lose control. And then your little bum. You got a little one here. Oop. One here. And then you have another one here. Factories far away. It's like a longer one. The last meeting was alright. It's essentially, what did you do yesterday? What do you plan to do today for everyone in class? That makes sense. Makes sense. The daily check-in. See what you're up to. Make sure you're productive. Islands on the sky. Alright, and then we'll open up. Milk. This one? No. Gear, that's this one. Nope, go in. I don't walk. Animal ears, puppy. I'll go on the car. Sick power. Like factories far away. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Just behind him. And then... What else makes you, buddy? How far do I push it? Wait. I kind of want to steal Womble's ears. There's the thingy. Huh? This one. Womble ears. It's like rhinestones. Sky. I'm gonna try these ones on for size. And delete. I don't think I like those ones as much. One. Boop. Delete base. There's a song that I was hearing the other way. This one. I feel like another defining factor of BLT is his little... Oh, these ones don't need... No. Why are none of my things... Oh, cause... Oh, fuck, I forgot. I just look at it here, actually. Oh, it's the other way, okay. Wait. I say as I look at it again and go, So now we have the BLT one. What I might do is like a little chin thing. It's like small. Mm. Mm. Remember certain things I remember. I'm like wondering if he should have like a chocolate milk because he's like because the outer layer is chocolate or is milk. But maybe, just maybe, BLT's soul is starting to mix with the milk because he's been here for a while. Remember, there's something things. Yeah, I like this. Mars BLT. Choose file. Remember certain things. Living so young. Nights would hike me home out of the world. Alright, then. Oops, wrong one. Mm. Mm. New layer. Put him on my other screen really quick. There we go. All my babies have like. Oops. All my babies have like the little cow markings. The wrong way. That's between the legs, but I'm staring at her tits. It's the wrong way. Ooh, 6, please. There you go. Dad's dead. Let me. Oh my god. Oh my god. There you go. Got a big one here. And you got a little one here. And then ears, horns, and then he's got his little flippy. And he also has brows. I want to use absolute black, I think. It's a column day. It feels like a column day. Heartbroken. You sure? I don't trust you. Nope, that's not the one I want. This one. This one. Boop, boop, boop. Out of me, that's what disease. Out of me, too deep. Out into my feet. Whether and die. To keep on. Well, Father, provide a rest. I'll never die. Identity never blue. I think he could use custom ears, but I do want the horns, forehead, double horns. So he has golden ones. Hi, Cannibal. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I don't know if I want to add these blues and pinks, but I might. Quick question. What's up, homie? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. What's up? What's your question? Cannibal, quick hide, everyone. We're all cannibals here. Do you eat the on inside? I think I might do it like this. Oh, Father, provide a rest. You'll never die. Oh, look at the sparkly little eyes. I love it. I love it. It's so cute. Soyoung has the same. Soyoung also has the same bow that I do. So I will steal mine. It's this one. It's this one. I'm gonna change the color slightly though. So I'm trying to put a quick photo picture of DaVinci, and I'm kind of lost. I got audio and stuff, but a quick picture, I don't got it. I don't. You just drag and drop it like you would a video. You just drag it into the you can either drag it into the timeline itself, or you can drag it into the fuck is it called? The thing I'm opening it because I don't remember what it's called. Sure. Turns me on this master, the media pool. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Here, you can drag it in here, or you can drag it in here. So like it should. See, it'll pop up. If you put it on the timeline, it'll pop up in the media pool, or you can just put it in the media pool. Oh shit. Fuck. Drag the image. Up in the media. Drag it directly into the media pool. Just to be your man. I think I like this more. Shit. Oh fuck, okay, I gotta fix them all. Yeah, I like the ears. Okay, hold on, I gotta fix it in the gear then first. Place to go. You understand all day long. I was quite this strong. Would you turn me on just to be your man? Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay. Save as. Save. Can be you. Welcome back. I'm glad it works now. I'm sorry it didn't work before. Sometimes DaVinci can just be a little funky with importing stuff. Like, for example, if you drag more than one image at a time, it makes the thing really tiny and sometimes can combine it into the same image. And I don't like it when it does that. So it can be a little wonky, but I'm glad it's working for you now. Let's do them all at the same time first. Unlock. Also don't need this anymore. Thank you so much. I got you. I got you. I'm so happy that you asked me, actually. It feels really nice to have someone ask. I feel knowledgeable for once. Choose file. Can't. Oops. Goblin. Yes. Export. Human ears. Yep. File mouse. Export. Puppy. Yep. Export. File. So wolf. Oops. And there's a shark. Should just automatically work now that I've reloaded them. Yes! Oh my god, I love them. They're so much cuter. Yay! I like. Okay. But this means I have to fix them for save as milk beans. Custom bean. I'm just gonna put a new folder. Old. Okay, there you go. I'm just gonna fix all of these. Two. Oh, this is cool. Oh, Xenos is fine. Xenos didn't need it. Let's see. Gob will need it though. This is Gob. No. Export. Oh, I forgot the W. Okay, and then Muse. Muse needs it as well. This is Muse. Make two. Tap it. Hey, dots. I think I made it worse. And for the QA later today, I present the shine. It's not yours to understand. It resists the curious and the bold. Shine draws on the themes from the Eldritch and Cosmic Horror to bring known to your table featuring complete setting guide. Yup. A fresh new player option, including subclasses. So it's a model item crafting system in the shrine. Yep. What do you want me to say? Agree. I said short, straight, gets the point across. Too much. But I had a little ecosystem to cover biome, creature and flora, and multi-turn spells. If they allow it, you could post an image with your message to make it more enticing. Like a banner. What layer is this one? Is this one on? It's on a separate layer. Cool. Make it a little bit lighter. Or should it be darker? I think I like a little bit darker. Yeah. Rat cousin 2. Cousin. I do mute both of Mews. I did. Okay, cool. Nikto doesn't have ears, so Nikto is fine. Archis has ears. Oops. Archivist. Let's get the mouth. 1. Little ketchup baby. This is Halki Web 2. And Plib doesn't have ears, so we're good on that. Okay, cool. Okay, and then I'm just gonna re-import these ones because all of us have changed. Actually, don't remove this yet. I want the size. This one, no, this one, and this one. And, oh, they're 300. Okay, perfect, actually. Just keep them like that. That's Wombo if he's okay with this. So I feel like he would be. Well, I'm just gonna ask just in case. Would you mind if my milk bean ears being. Let me give these to Womble again. Okay, I gotta make a thing really quick before I tried. Where is my... I need to stretch. There's something wrong with my ribs. Oh, okay. I just need to stretch just more often. What's this? Whoa, what is this? I don't know what that is. Am I clicking the wrong buttons? I am. I'm clicking like a bunch of buttons that I don't know what just did on my computer. Oh, I want to change this one. Where's the Roan? I'm gonna go to the streaming assets. Integrations. Sailor, what should we do with a drunken sailor? What should we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Hey, hey, whoops. Media kit. Hey, up she rises early in the morning. In the morning. Hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, early in the morning. In the morning, hey, up she rises, way up, just way up she rises early the morning. Where's our book PNG? I need a book PNG. Do we go on? I can't type. I keep forgetting to put spaces between my words. Shrine Media Kit, God's Followers, other art trailers, all creatives. I have the PNG of the book somewhere. In the ads, in my ads thing, this one. I do need text. Coming to kick. October 14th. I need. Ba, 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 ba. On Kickstarter, October 14th. It's a color over. Nope. I need the Kickstarter colors. Hello. Hold on. Sorry. I will look at chat in 2 seconds. Oh, thank you for the song request, Canadian. Sorry, I had like a bad dream the other day that I fucking couldn't keep up with chat, and I fucking I just panic. So I now kind of panic a little bit when I see something in chat that I can't look at right away. This should be. Well, maybe make it all white. White, and then Kickstarter can be green. I feel like it's a little much. What a different front. I feel that, and don't worry about responding to me on time. I'm here for your vibes, not your attention. Still, I want to be respectful because you're here and it means a lot to me, you know? But I appreciate it. Takes weight off my shoulders. Selection only, export, downloads, shrine, give me the bit banner. Downloads. Oh! Hi, Potato! How are you doing? Let me save this. Ooh! Actually, this is perfect. Actually, this is perfect. Okay, I gotta do the throne thing first. Hi, Vexed! How are you? I hope you're having a lovely day. Got a vibe, hell yeah. I hope your art's been has been artin'. Save. I'm just redoing. I'm good. I just played some Atari. Oh, did you play with Buster? I know Buster said they wanted to play with you. I'm good. I'm just updating a few things that I remembered that I wanted to update for my Twitch. I want to change the colors of this as well. Okay. Then I'd put this on this bottom right side and make the text bigger. Exactly how this goes very well. Fuck yeah, that's like me and Pixels a lot of the times. Pixels is like the gatherer, like he likes to get resources, and I just like to build. So there's been an art block, but it's whatever. Oh, I get that. I'm sorry you're in art block, but I hope that, like, you know, when you get back into it, you'll be like, fuck yeah. But I'm pretty good. I'm just doing silly art things to prepare for Halloween. Well, to prepare for October, I should say, because a lot of the stuff I'm working on right now is just so that way I can have some cool stuff for October. Just okay. I'm gonna do something cringy and you guys can't be mad at me. I do crops, fishing, and mines. Yeah. And then I'm presuming they do like a lot of the social stuff. 1, 2. to show her. A good cat cow. I think I might have put too many words. Make me like a little bit smaller. Yeah, I saw you're working on a D&D thing. Seems pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm working on a 5e supplement called Enshrined. It's been a lot of fun to work with a lot of the artists. They're very kind and nice, and they're very creative. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Leave her. Leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Why is this weird? Spoil. For us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Leave us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Want to support. And then, what is the background of throne? I like the, actually, okay, I'm gonna change this one. Actually, I just want to make this background this color. That made the wrong color, the wrong thing. Save. Yo, yippee-ki-yay. Go caca. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah. Thank you for the head badge. Makes me very happy. Thank you for the song request fixed. I have to reverse this. Reverse. Export. Stream. Ko-fi, this is throne. Add image. This one. Oh, baby, there's a baby outside. I love children. They're so cute. Hey, thank you for the wellness share. Let me drink some normal water. Hi, Norman. Hi, Norman. How you doing today, buddy? All right, where's the other one? Actually, this one should be here. This one should be here. Oh, fuck, I love this song, actually. On God, I actually really like this song. This needs to go on my like songs. You also add... We also try... I want to listen to Bird Brain. Got even hotter today. Died at work for the 5th day, but we chilling at home now. I'm sorry, but it's the weekend, so hopefully you don't have to work tomorrow yet. Support Elaine. Bet we'll listen to it twice. I'm gonna refund your points though, because I did add it to the I already added it to the queue, so. Oh, want my Twitch. I'm gonna add the one with the book because I think it makes more sense. Because we don't have the context that theirs does. And then I'm presuming we want to do the pre-launch race there the same. I love how they use color as like a fowl and carcass. Carcass? Is carcass different than carcass? Okay, hold on. I'm messaging Womble. Womble wants in my nap spot. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry if you can hear my TikTok. Okay, you didn't. Cool. I had to put a filter on it because it's really pretty, but it's like, oh my god, guys! Oh my god, guys! Oh my god, guys! I have to show you something that Shy made me. Oh my god, look! I'm a keychain! I'm an axolotl keychain! I on God love this. I on God would make that like a custom keychain if I could. I don't know what this part is, but I like it. I don't care what it is, but I like it. Not that one. Oh, it's... I can't spell. I have to put this in the Milk Club scene as well. Actually, it would be so cool. Never mind. I was about to say it would be so cool if we could make a 3D model of this, but that's work. Save. Fucking autocorrect awful is the trash parts like guts and carcass is the bones and cartilage left over there pronounced as carcass and awful. Oh, interesting. I didn't know they had like terms specifically different for those two. Did it not save? There's a throne one. Oh, and this one save. Done. Did I not click submit? There you go. Edit panels. Cool. Oh my god, and the website scales now. Yippee! Good day, chat. It's a good day. Oh, my head itches. I downloaded this. I might make it a full panel, actually. With its head cut off. Just canonically trans. Interesting. I really like the lyric. Where is it? Maybe it's not this song. I thought it was this song. If it's not, I'm sure it's by... Is it this one? Hold on. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. I forgot what it... I know one of the lyrics. It could be... Is it this one? Or is it spoken for? It's this song. It's spoken. Tato spoken. Had to cue. It was literally Flavor Folly. That one is also because yeah, I really like the ending. Where it's like, I could be a hero, I could be a saint. I like the ending a lot. It's been in my head for the last few days. Rice Deity? I feel like I heard of Rice Deity before. I think I follow him on Twitter. Yeah, Rice Deity? Member of yeah, okay, they literally says that. What did I follow them for? I think I followed them because of a Miku art they did. I think they did like a shrimp Miku, and I was like, oh, yeah, it was for shrimp Miku. I really like their shrimp Miku. Their shrimp Miku is really cute, and I was like, follow. Pixel said I was I'm gonna do this right now. With its head cut off. This is common. This one got me into Vocaloid. I'm looking. I think I don't know what song. Left Right from the Twins. All right, I guess we're going we're going Left Right Game Yaska. Oh, fuck it. I forgot how to spell their names. Len. Fuck, I forgot. Rolling Girl. Oh my god, Rolling Girl. Oh fuck, we gotta add Rolling Girl. Oh, I have to. By who though? Who's the one that I want it by? Because there's so many different color covers of it. Oh, let me go to YouTube. Wait, we could just do like a Vocaloid playlist, couldn't we? My Spotify perfectly covers Me Canyon. Okay. To stop. I don't know what songs I want. I haven't listened to Vocaloid in a long time. I don't know which one I want. I think I'll just listen to the ones you guys post have. What? What do you mean max number of songs in queue? What do you mean? Hold on, let me refund you and then I'll add the song. What song was it? Machine Love? I added it. Of course. I didn't know there was a max amount. Twitch. Max song request based viewing. Yeah, it says unlimited song request. Allowed user levels. Okay, it should be a follower. Well, dude, I knew you could set one, but I never reached it here. I didn't. Yeah, because it says unlimited song requests. I don't understand why it's. I don't know why it's like that. Okay, well, it should be good now. To be, it's 20. 20 is a good 20 is a very fair amount. How many songs are in queue? It's not that many. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, these are different, which is weird. I'll fix them in a minute. I want to finish these. These ears are... You know what I should have gave Soyoung? I should have gave Soyoung a piercing, is what I think. I should have gave him a piercing, I think. Like one of those, like, little cow tags. I think that would have been cute. I don't really mind. It's just, like, after the fact, it would have been cute. I like that. I think that's fine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I have. I think Miku has always been technically my favorite Vocaloid just because, like, I know of her the most. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Vexed. I'm starting to really like Tato. Like, a lot of her, like, songs and a lot of, like, her personality and her memes I like a lot. I feel like I just like Miku because of my exposure. Like, she's just the one that I know of, you know? But I'm starting to really like Tato. Is she in the Project Diva games, though? Because that could be another reason. Diva characters. Tato is in it. Is Tato a DLC or is she main? Ah, she's a DLC. Can you mod? Can we mod Project Diva? I have it on my computer. She only was in her first concert. She was... Really? She had her own concert this year? That's fucking sick. Yeah, I have this one. Can you mod it? Can you mod? Tato's is primarily not gonna lie, 90% of her work in getting Tato popular was Jamie P. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's always down to one. Primarily using Diva mod loader to enable custom songs. Ooh, fuck. We might do like a Project Diva day sometime. She didn't have her own. She didn't have her own. She had a song with Miku. What song did she have with Miku? Like originally. So I can't believe it's already 4:30. Hold on, Miu just hit her 200 follower goal. If it isn't my favorite, what's up, Lorenzo? That shout out. I keep doing the wrong shout out one. I keep forgetting if it's. Yeah, I'll play a game with wife later. I want to play a game with her later if I can. Why did Miku so hard in this song? What is this song about? Gotta give wife new BLT. That scared me. She had a pop up on her screen, and I thought it was my screen, and I was like, "Oh!" I think the Rolling Girl and there was one other one that I can't remember what it's called. Also, let me bring this back. Oh, wrong one. I'm in the wrong folder. Vocaloid songs. It's like the girl in the cardigan. Baka 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 is also good. I forgot what the song is called. But this thing fucking. My R? My R is one of my favorite ones. And the Q on a Ponzu version. Okay. His ears are so thick. Oh, that's because they're in the front. Little cow baby. And then he's got his cape as well, actually. I almost forgot about his cape. Okay. I've gotten sidetracked, I think, plenty now. I'm going to get back into making new little babies. He have cape. Why he have cape? I don't know. I think it's just because I wanted him to be able to fly. Let's make it like this. I don't know how to make a cape. I think that's how I would make a cape. Nope, nope. There you go. Oh, Vex, I don't know if you're here, but if there's a game that I feel like you and Buster would like, you guys should try Core Keeper. It's me! I'm home! Welcome home. If you guys ever want another game to play, I highly recommend Core Keeper. It's a really good game. I really want to play it. I really want to play it. Me, Pixels, and Rhino played it for a while, and then we stopped because we did everything that was in like the pre-game and stuff. And like the early access. And we stopped. To make a new startup mods, understandable. It's like a cape. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I was just thinking if you guys ever needed another game to play, that would be a good one. I have Core Keeper. Core Keeper's fun. I like it. I have to make time for it so me, Pixels, and Rhino can play it. We've just been busy with so much Kickstarter stuff. Me wanting to like do a bunch of art things at the same time. It's a little hard to keep up with, but it's okay. That's why I stream. Streaming helps me manage being able to do all the things I want to do without like just overworking myself to death. Fun fact about Elaine, if I have a normal job, like I had like a normal game development job last year, and all I would do is just work. Like I would just like you would give me a week of work, I'd do it in a day, and then I'd be like, okay, what now? And it'd be like, what? Like, yeah, what next? Because all I would do is work. Which isn't exactly good for you, to be fair. Oop. Oop. It's a little bit too dark. Oh, I should have just made it one color, huh? This is on the same layer. It is cool. Duplicate. This is a song? Ooh, I like how fast paced it is. Let me look at the Kickstarter. Hold on, I'll get to the Kickstarter. Anything. How was the social media icons? Pretty sure, because the only other things I have to do are like the GIF images, which should be somewhere else. Social media icons, the one-off sections. Yeah, I think that's everything. Thank you for the wellness check. Drink water. My hair is like all over the place. Do I have a hair tie-in? I do. Just very poorly. More Vocaloid! That sounds good to me. I have no qualms. Bow, 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 bow. It's appeared. Cardigan. Episodes would grow. Every time I go home. Instead. Ow, 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 rude. Rude. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck? That hurt. Ow, this hurts. What the fuck? He is too big, I think. There we go, and we have BLT1. Or not a BLT1, So Young. Except I spelled it wrong again. I have a Moira one. I'm cooking vodka pasta. Yum! Yum, 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 yum. Close. And then let's go to downloads. We're gonna go to this one. I'm gonna grab it from this. Boop. And this one. And new layer. And then Moira's got her nose. Got nose. Alright, let me look at a picture of her though. There we go. And she's got like a little. Was that much wider than I thought I did? Oh shit, it the Gamba. Also, Vex is Buster in your basement now? I haven't heard from Buster today. Got two little things on her nose. No, they're looking out for me. No. Understandable. She's got like two little beanies here. And then she's got her little snoot. But I won't do that part. And then little did they know I'm still in here, just in the rafters. Would they ever think to look up? Because like if they're taller, because they're a decent height. So and I noticed that people who are tall don't tend to look up. So that's like kind of big brain. Hi, what's up? A piece of web. What? Thank you. Gamers never look up. I have to look up. I'm too short not to look up. I don't know what I want to listen to now. I don't know what the song is, but I like the sound of it. So this is more. Boop, boop. There we go. And this is also more like this. My little beanie. Yeah, because she got that chin. Not with my camouflage. Understandable. Look at my beanie. She's so cute. Do I want when she's like on her like belly? Yeah, because I think she has another tufty lower, but I don't know if I'll draw that one. I don't know where this collar is. I know where her goldfish one is, the one that's in this picture, and I don't know what the one in the other picture is. Her peats aren't our other colors though. It's like fingerless gloves though, so they're like this. Like that. There you go. Just got like that little bit of white. I gotta go get the. Ooh. My cat ears. So cute. If you were visiting your best friend for the first time after 5 years, what is something you would want to do, like 100% want to do? Have a sleepover. Probably, I think. I don't know. It depends on the friendship, honestly. I feel like it really depends on like your friendship with the person. She's saying she just wants to spend time with me, doesn't really care what we, but she's really excited for the first time, so I kind of want to take her out to places. I would say just take them to places that you like, places that are special to you, that you're like, damn, if only my friend was here, I would bring them here, you know, kind of thing. That's what I would do. Show them to your favorite food places. Kitty. Kitty. Kitty cat. I'll also do one more special thing for Momo Bean because her eyes aren't. Look, it's Momo Bean. It's Momo Bean. Is she missing anything?
Why her eyes yellow green?
They're kind of just yellow green.
I think. Oh yeah, if you take it from the center.
You want them more yellow?
Yeah, I think like the more amber color is a better representation.
Because in this one it's green.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
I was gonna go find her in a boozer so that way I could see what her eye color is, but I'm just look at my phone. I'm going through everything and getting burgers in my favorite place when she's here, but that's like one day. Well, what are some touristy things you can do? What are places that are cool to see? Because she essentially is taking a trip there. So you could take her to like places that you like, places that like tourists may like, or maybe if there's a local hidden spot that you know of, you could take her there. Mhm. I've stared at my cat so much, but I don't think I ever decided, like, I was like, yeah, her eyes are this color. Mm-hmm. I think they're like a green, like greeny, like a green yellow, like here. Like here, I think is her eye color. Yeah. I should do TikToks. Yeah, you can. We will be looking at TikToks later today. So if you want to send me TikToks, you could do that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's valid. Maybe they don't want to go. Maybe. But here's another thing, though, right? Maybe they work a lot. Maybe they already go out a lot. Maybe they just want a time where they can just chill. You know, not do anything, just chill out and kind of not think about responsibilities and just hang out with their best friend. You know. Mm-hmm. I don't know. This is not the vibe right now. So I'm having my little snacky time for me. Mm. High enough. No, actually, she's overworked at the moment, and she's going through an internship breakup, and she has to come see me. So, yeah, you know, just being there for her, being like, hey, this is like a no stress zone. If you want to like lounge in your pajamas and just not do anything all day, I got you. And I feel like that's like the biggest thing you can do for a person that's overworked. It was a Womble. Caught me while I was eating my snack. Mm. We had a really nice, we had leftovers of pork. And I had some jalapeno cheddar roasted bread. It's really good together with a pan fried sauce. Ugh, it's a really good snack. Alright. So we got Moiwa. And we gotta do her little antennas now. I think that's the only thing left. Her little antennas. I'm been snacking since I got back out of bed. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. How many antennas do I want to give her? Do I want to give her make? She always has like, I feel like she usually has two. She's like two on this side. Oop. She's got like one on this side. My little weird beanie bug. She's my weird little bug. This is Moira. Alright, now we have set one. It has and these are the ones that we'll always have because these are the commons. Group. Common. Get it. No. Doesn't want to move. Get it, get it, girl. Get it, girl. Take her to the flow. Show her how you roll. Sorry. This is gonna be the Pump King. Pumpkin King. Pumpkin King. Like Headless Horseman vibes, I think is what I... Fortnite. Headless Horseman. Oh, my neck. Okay. Oh, I can't type. It's fine. I'm sure Womble understands what I meant. I just misplaced 2 letters. The Headless Horseman has a horse, though. So I think I'd rather just do like a Pumpkin King kind of situation. Think I like when it rains. Pumpkin. So at the very least, we need to start with a pumpkin. Okay, so we gotta start with a pumpkin, chat. You with me? We gotta start with the pumpkin. This is locked. I like the colors that are used in this one, so I'll just borrow these colors. Oh, shit. What? Actually, I could start with a circle. It'd be easy if I started with a circle. Okay, I need a darker color now, or a lighter color. Okay. I should do this symmetrically. I'm doing okay. Before you gave the choice for me, do you guys want? Oh, I know. Oh, I just gave myself more work to do, but I want to do it. Who wants Halloween hats for Halloween? I think I do. I think I have to redo this side. I wonder if this is a notion of something, but if I have hat. I wonder if this is a notion of something, but oftentimes if I think I'm good at like visual mimicry because yesterday I watched this TikTok of someone who made like animated in Asprite in this program that I'm using right now of jack-o'-lanterns. And I don't know how, but I'm oddly drawing this pumpkin kind of okay, you know? Shit. And I feel like it's because I saw that video of how they drew pumpkin. But at the same time, not this, I think this pumpkin looks a little weird, so I don't really know. Let's look up pixel art pumpkins. But I feel like it's kind of like a way, if I can see someone else draw something, my brain can comprehend it better. I don't know if that makes sense, but it kind of makes sense in my brain. Let's try it one more time. Hi, Shadow. How are you doing? I'm glad you're doing well. How's your rib cage doing, buddy? I see we got some custom guys. Yeah, we're gonna have like a little blind box going on. I have a little blind box that I'm making. We have some special ones. I'm working on the special ones right now. These are these ones. These are seasonal, and then we have every month there'll be new VTubers that you can earn, and then I can put these ones in here now. Actually, now that I finished those, we have Moira. Oh, not this one. We have these ones. Yeah. We'll do So Young, Moira, and then I think BLT is the youngest. I feel like he's the youngest out of all three of them. When was BLT's first conception? I feel like he's the youngest, but I could be wrong. Properties. Yeah, I think so. I think I got Moira before BLT. Let me check her earliest picture. Details. Yeah, I did. So it would go So Young, BLT, and then Moira. Yeah, look at that. Look at all the little beans. What's up, Schwamp? What's up, Ghost? What's up, Ghost Schwamp? Do you want to play Fortnite with us? Yes. Yes, I do. I will play Fortnite with you guys. And then I will finish this. So I play Fortnite with you guys, and then I'll finish it, and then I'll get high and watch TikToks. Yes, I will play. I will play with you guys. I think I have to update though. Hold on, let me see if I have to update or if it updated overnight. Because I was working in Unreal, so let me check. I have to update. I have to update, and then I will be there. How long will it take? It will literally take 40 seconds from the moment that I said that. So, yeah, I'm down. This gives me time to finish this pumpkin. Does the Pumpkin King, does he have multiple... Play another round of Helldivers real quick anyway. Cool. Gives me time then. The Pumpkin King. Images. He's like multiple. Oops. I feel like I did this wrong. Oh, I don't want to do that. I like the middle circle. Let's zoom out a little bit. How does one draw a pumpkin? I think it's like this, and then like... Yeah. Oop. Let's go back to seriously. Okay, bye. Bye. Thank you for telling me. Ow. Like an orange wrapped in plastic bands. You know, thinking about that, an orange, a peeled orange is actually a very good way of thinking about it, actually, technically. Can I do this? Can I math? I think it's not too bad. Guys, would you still think I was cool if I just did 3D and pixel art? I said that out loud because like I'm really digging our time that we've been doing with pixel art a lot. And like I think I kind of want to get more into it. Only in the terms of like doing stuff for the milk beans and stuff because I really like it. But then I still like graphic design. I don't know. I think I'm just a goober. It's just 3 seconds remaining. 1, 2, 3. It lied. Give me that brown stem. Don't close it. Oh, please. Wasn't done yet. Should go to the bathroom before I play video games. Here, I'll do that now. I'm gonna go bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. I returned. Sonny hit two. Sonny hit two. I know. Yeah, I saw that earlier. I congratulated her in our chat. I was very happy. Very happy. That's the wrong. That was the wrong one. Okay. Welcome back, Lorenzo. We came back at the same time. It's like we have a similar brain cell. After working at a haunted house as a scare actor, I got to scare children today. Did you have fun scaring the babies? Hello, Buster. Welcome in. How was your day? Let's see. Some kid was bragging about how he wasn't scared. He was rude about it too. Hope you scared the shit out of him. You guys hear that? Sorry, I lost my dork. Oh, that's unfortunate. Where did you lose them? Where did you last see them? Do you know by any chance? Yeah, I haven't seen around today. Definitely wasn't, listening to music with them earlier or anything. Maybe they went back into the basement. Did you check? Maybe they went back into the basement, maybe? You check down there? Does anyone know where my dork at? So in my mind, I was like, you want to bet little shit? Turns out it was a kid who shot. What the fuck? Small town problems, am I right? Small town problems. Well, and maybe, maybe we give this kid a little slack, His mom just went to jail. His dad's probably not the best. Then he cried after I scared him. Dad, I'm gonna go check the basement. It sounds good. Hopefully the basement has your Pookie. I don't know how I feel about this. No, not there. Oh, right. I got the cat girl skin. Because Body got it for me. And now I gotta make a new loadout. I'll make a loadout for this character. Cat girl. What would she have on her back? This would be cute. I think this matches. Oh, we gotta have the Binding of Isaac. Always the Binding of Isaac, actually. What would I... Ooh, this one? And then gliders, I always do favorites. Yeah. Save character, save new. Kitty, cat girl. Save. A new one of these. I feel like doing the ones that, where is it? It's the one where it's like ripping. I don't really like that one. I don't really like the ones where they're like holding stuff in their hands. Cool. Like help! She gotta lock me up. Don't help me. Okay. I'm helping. I'm helping. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. What am I gonna? Oh no. Oh no. Ah poo. Poo. Shucky darn. Shucks. Gosh darn it, Batman. I was too late. Was that good? Was that good? I don't like this jack-o'-lantern's eyes. I feel like I don't like it. Pixel art Jacko. Take me to the beat. I like this a lot. This is cool. I'm too cold. Ooh, I do like as well that they're doing like a second layer. Okay. Delete. Shift. Ghost and don't need no friends, no not anymore. Nah. Sounds good. Have fun in the basement. Select. Contract. Circle. Do, 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 do. Can we blur this? Contour to blur tool? Thank you for a pat. Thank you, thank you. The unknown. Actually, I don't know if I like the color scheme just yet. Just want to make a color that's a little bit darker. And then I think this one's too light. Nope. Yeah, there you go. Na-na-na-na-na. Oh, Fortnite time. Okay, hold on. I gotta save stuff. Okay. How do I... Fortnite. How do I... What is Fortnite? Sniff Fortnite. Fortnite. I spell Fortnite wrong. What we doing? Yeah, like a Fuji Tech in here. Do I have one that's just like a Fuji Tech? A friend? I don't think I do. And join us when you're ready. Oh. 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 Oh, I guess I was sitting here. I don't really know what I'm doing. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Forgot to do this. Okay, let's go. Hello. Okay. I gotta... Oh, what?
Hi, Liv.
The Harlem
Hello.
Globetrotters.
What
Do I
is
still have her
that?
muted?
Wait,
Oh,
running in
I
my
still
life?
had you muted from the other day.
No!
Oh,
Also, how do you get the group
keep up.
Fuji checks now? Is that a thing anymore?
Oh no, you have to go to sources and then you have to do them all individually. Oh
Hmm.
wait, no, you can actually there's a thing you can go down and hit group. I lied to you. I'm sorry.
Where is it? Where is it? I don't see group.
Here, legacy.
Oh yeah,
group.
custom sources,
Oh.
group, and then individual. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, wow.
Hello.
Oh, wow, wow.
Oh, whoa.
Right, here's the plan. We eat too many edibles and play Fortnite and have an existential crisis.
What? I'm not high
What?
yet.
Boobies.
See?
Sunny boobs. Look.
What?
Look.
Ghost.
Boop.
Add Nabobble. Save. Okay. Save? Ah, fuck. Bubble. Copy.
What happened?
Where's everybody?
Hello.
Whoa.
Name size.
Oh,
Name
What's my-
size
what's my booty?
spacing.
Oh, mine's regular.
Save.
Your default.
Large overlap.
Shams, I'm sorry to tell you this. You're blue and you're cool. You're now my new best friend. It's very unfortunate.
Wow. Wow. Not
Besties.
wow.
Bros being bros. This is how it works.
Bros being bros. This bro fucking tried to kill me yesterday in multiple video games.
Nice.
Not
Yeah.
not
Good job.
It's okay, Elaine. We can be besties, and me, you, and Sunny can be besties, and now we have 3 and they only have 2. And so
wait,
we
what?
both-
Me, you, and Sunny are the same person.
Oh shit, I forgot that we were a hive mind.
What's happening?
And the fact that I forgot we were a hive mind means you forgot we were a hive mind because we're a hive mind.
I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening.
King.
I gotta turn
audio
Elaine, I sent you the
output.
stream together link if you wanted to.
Oh yes, please.
There's actually now a D&D game. I'm the DM. Y'all need to
I
write
don't
this real fast.
I don't wanna.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, do 4d6,
I
drop
aided
the
them.
lowest.
I aided my dice.
You spit them up.
No, I got
Your
hungry.
card's a zebra. Oh my god.
Okay, you get the shame
Oh,
dice.
I'll be.
No!
be
It's
this
okay because my
one.
dice hate me anyway.
Wait, I want to do favorites. I don't have like favorites.
Would you get off of there?
Favorite.
Isaac back bling based.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
I'll buy the Deadpool Wolverine later. I have to buy the whole stack of fucking 22 V-Bucks for it because I only have 480. And it's 2,000 each apparently.
Oh, or you
Then
get
I'll load my character.
3,600 for both of them, like for the whole bundle.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I'd have to buy
Edit
$36 worth of V-Bucks. I'd
Mm-mm-mm.
be just under enough, I think. 'Cause it's
Holy
3,000
misses.
Was it 3,300?
Mm.
No,
wanna
3,600.
play
Yeah,
this
I'd be
one.
like 400 away from like the main
Give me
one.
this one and put Isaac back on. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
looking to shop.
Take your time. I also want to look through the shop.
We could all be hot ladies.
Hot women.
Can be. You all are. Don't.
Guys,
Yeah, fun fact
Oh,
about
Daft
me is
Punk.
I'm a hot lady.
Oh
Are
my
you?
god, I'm so sorry.
Mediocre at best.
Me. How dare you insult my best
Damn.
friend? God damn. I'm taking all your
Who
V-Bucks
pays
away.
me
You're
money to
grounded.
insult him?
I have 300 V-Bucks. You can have them.
No! No!
I have an anime
Just
bundle.
300 V-Bucks.
Not anything. It's not anything significant.
Not at all. No.
$19 gift card.
You can buy like an emote, maybe.
Maybe,
not
but
even.
it looks like they boosted them to 500 instead of 300.
No, some emotes are 300, but they're really shitty emotes.
Beep beep car.
You should have joined the hot woman club.
Give me a second. I'm
I'll be like,
doing
"You be
something.
demonic woman?" I could be a demonic woman.
You wanna be a diamond? You wanna be a diamond? Yes, now we're all diamonds. Ooh, jumbled. Whoa.
I bought a truck and I'm excited.
Ooh, how has your moving been going, buddy?
Horrible.
Oh no.
It's okay though. It'll be sorted out in the next month or two.
That's good.
Yeah.
My cat's eating all my chicken.
Get to it
I'm
faster.
excited for new kitchen streams.
Yeah.
Because you move,
thank
you're gonna
you.
have new kitchen streams.
Yeah. Every time I see a kitchen, I'm just like, is this a good kitchen? And most of the time I go, it's pretty good. I like it.
That's pretty good.
I'm still pissed that the one house person I was about to buy it from fell out last second because they're like, I want to see if there's better offers. And I'm like, I'm giving you literally your asking price. Please give me your house. Here's the money. And they're like, what if I did?
They want to see
Yeah.
if they can swindle more people.
Yeah.
Were you like their first buyer? Because if you were their first buyer, it's possible they're like, oh, well, if the first guy that I talked to already wants my place, maybe I'm underselling, you know?
That's probably what happened because I saw it the day of it posted. And I just ran up and it was like, let me see your house. Let me see your
In the
house.
house.
That's when you
Yeah.
pull up with with a loaded weapon and then start firing.
Okay,
into the
all
air
right.
indiscriminately.
Okay, all right,
Damn.
Shems.
Bring the property tax down.
Well, right. I kicked him. Anyway, I'm.
Oh no!
Good kitchen. Good kitchen. Very necessary for Blue Blob. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I miss my dino, bro.
He'll be back.
Is it racist to call a dragon a dinosaur?
Oh.
Are dragons types of dinosaurs?
I don't think so. I think they're different.
Well, one head.
Different
I guess
era.
It depends on like what type of wings. If they have wings, they're. No, that would make a pterodactyl.
A
You know what?
a dragon.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is
that's why.
racist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like just because
Yeah.
they're like similar, they're both lizardy things with wings, doesn't mean they're like dinosaurs.
But they're both cool.
Wow, yeah, but that doesn't. That's like that's different, man.
But that's
I don't think you can be like, hey, man, all is he gonna come back?
I'm gonna text him, stop pouting and get back in here.
Just shot fire. I can't type.
You're to blame.
Oh, is it you're to blame or you're too late?
And you're to blame. Darling, you
no.
give love a bad name. That's one of my favorite songs.
Nice. It's a good song.
It is a very good song.
How is Helldivers,
Oh,
by the way? Helldivers good.
Insane.
Were you
We
guys,
did
what were
the
you guys
last-
fighting? Did you guys do cyborgs
Robots.
or?
No, we did a little bit of everything. We did like the weird alien zombie things. We did the bugs, and then did a one last hurrah
I
at like
can't
really
wait.
hard difficulty, and did the robots.
Very cool, very
Yeah.
cool.
Noble was a coward and standing on a really tall rock while I was running around in the trenches.
Yeah, I
He needs to
believe
get
it.
back in here because I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to play for.
Message him, be like, "Shit."
Yeah, well, that's all DM him, so his thing gets filled up.
A friend request? Go from Noble? No, ignore.
Damn, that's crazy.
I got a message on my phone from the kitchen. I gotta run over there now. Good.
Have fun in the kitchen. Should have asked him for some appy slices, huh? Oh, he's gone. Let me know when we're in the game, because I'm drawing a pumpkin.
We're waiting for Shims to.
I'm on break and I'm not coming back until Shems gets in here.
Yeah.
You hear that,
Yeah, there
Shems?
he
Oh,
is.
Where am I?
perfect.
Where am I?
There he is.
Are
He's
you
back
okay,
from the
buddy?
void.
Hell.
How was the dark dimension?
I don't know. I didn't even know I was gone.
What?
I've been
Yeah, you got kicked
been-
after your property value message.
Yeah.
Advertisement,
Nice.
one could say.
Okay. We so back.
Oh, I
chat.
gotta hold on. I gotta I gotta fix all my little guys because I'm gonna get rid of the plushies so that it's Elena and Nobles my plushies. My lamp.
No.
There we go.
Man, Toy House is really not wanting to load.
Oh man. Alamy and Dark have struck a deal. What is this deal? What have you lovebirds done? Are you
Oh God, are
allowed?
we
Are
doing the
you letting
Squid
them?
Games thing? Okay.
What?
Fucking
Reload.
reload. I hate it with a passion, but it's fine.
What is reload? What is this one?
What? Oh, fuck you.
You literally, so you die, but you'll come back in like a few seconds, and then you don't get like technically eliminated until reloads are done, or if the whole
Your
squad
entire
gets
squad
wiped
is-
out.
Thank you, Shams.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't even notice I got kicked. I forgot I had OBS pulled up because I was helping Ghost out with some stuff earlier, and so I had silent mode on. I wasn't notified or anything. I didn't hear you guys' pings from me either.
So you weren't confused about why none of us were talking to you.
I thought we were all just waiting for me to ready up. I wasn't aware of what was going on.
That's crazy, dog.
I was busy talking about stuff too.
Oh.
You guys are
Well,
monsters.
now I'm the asshole, guys.
If
What's
it makes
new?
you feel any better, Noble called you a dinosaur.
I'm gonna
You
kill
missed
you.
you.
I love you. I'm kidding. I love you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Dinosaurs are cool.
You have to watch
You know
Star
what?
Wars, Buster. Do it. Do it. Do
Yeah,
it,
they have to watch
You know
Star
what?
Wars,
I'm
and
not
then
using it tonight.
Vex has to watch Arthur.
I have to watch Star. I don't want to watch Star
Star
Wars.
Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars.
God.
I want to go back
Look
and
at all
watch the
these
Clone
people.
Wars. I loved that show as a
Yes.
kid.
Oh yeah.
I had
Wish
everything
happy
music
birthday. It's the it's the
with
bus
Star Wars.
driver's birthday, guys. We gotta say happy birthday.
8 years old. He should not be driving.
Where
What
are
if he
we
ages
going?
like cat years?
Yeah. Okay, we'll
Is
go
the bus
there.
driver a
Okay.
cat?
Well, I said like cat years. I'm not saying he is a cat.
Before
Oh,
you guys
true.
get too
I'll go there.
engrossed in
I
the
know that
game,
in Singapore they allow you to drive at 8.
What's up,
You
Noble?
just interrupted Noble.
What?
calm down. I have a controversial hot take about music.
Okay.
I think Careless Whisper was done better by Seether.
Oh.
I haven't listened to it, so I have no idea.
I
I
think
listened
that's
to really
good.
valid, but I also think their moods are wildly different, you know?
They definitely are. Also, I grew up with it, so I'm biased as fuck.
I found a plunger gun that looks like a plunger.
Well, in case you don't want to watch stream and you want to see what's happening in real time, I'll stream.
Oh, that's good. I will do both.
Oh no, I shot it once.
I
Oh, I
thought
found
about it, but
another
I need to get my computer a second after Helldivers.
That's valid. I'm stuck in the bathroom.
I'm not in there. Why are you stuck in there?
The door wouldn't open.
Oh, wife.
I'm okay now.
I remember when this game was an RPG, it was single player.
Do you remember
remember-
when this game used to be a fucking tower defense game?
Yeah.
That's when I bought it, and I went, "Wow, this game sucks." Thought it would die.
Oh no, you bought it? Oh no.
Yeah.
I bought it and I enjoyed it because I like boring games.
Well, I wouldn't say it's boring. It's just it became free, you know.
That's true, that's true.
People shooting off in this direction. I'm gonna run into the heat of battle.
Okey-dokey.
Do it.
We've got 2 respawns back in the city here. We're all good.
Whee.
I'm gonna be real. I thought Fortnite would die by now. Yeah,
Nah, it's a free game.
It keeps getting
I'm s-
better.
I'm seriously impressed with how long It's like genuinely how long it's been.
Oh,
It's
oh my God,
a
you
lot because
almost
of like.
murdered me.
Oh no! Please don't murder me. It's honestly because of all the collabs that they do that keeps it alive.
Fucking ghost almost murdered me.
Oh gosh.
Oh, what's that?
I'm
blue
Oh
so
stuff?
golly
sorry.
gosh.
I'm so sorry.
I killed a Catwoman sweat.
Nice.
Nice.
Good
Ah,
job.
fuck. I hear many grapplers.
These
Got this.
words. I understand.
Over on that side.
Knocked one.
Oh, my aim is so bad.
Oh,
The other
there
guy.
we go.
I love the double barrel.
Any mammoths? Any mammoths?
I don't know what that means.
That's a
Ooh, this
god.
one's infinite.
I won't kill you this time, I promise. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Wow, this time?
Sorry.
What about next time?
Wait, look, Champagne. Look, Champagne. Look.
I don't need champion.
Well, I could give you some to help your job.
Too
A
bad.
better gun. A better gun. Ow! Ow, the circle!
Knocked one.
Oh, 2 teams right there.
I'm coming, guys. I play this game very casually.
Can I just be grandpa? And
I
ask
got one.
A bunch of dumb questions.
Yeah.
Wait, let me turn you up before you ask the dumb question. Wait, 2 seconds. I'm literally AFKing just so I can turn you up. Boop. Okay, go for it.
That one's cracked as well. Both of those over there are cracked.
Do it. What's up, Noble?
What does it mean to be cracked?
Your
Their shields are broken,
Oh shit, oh shit,
Yeah.
oh shit, oh shit.
so they don't have external protection. It's just damage to the body straight.
They're taking damage raw.
Yes, they're raw dogging that damage.
Down there. Down there, I say.
You're fucking kidding me. I clipped the tree. I clipped the fucking tree. Unbelievable.
Oh, Shems.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, Shems, buddy. It's okay, man. Well, they'll get you, you know? I'm gonna go pick
Okay,
up their
well, they
gold.
wouldn't let me revive you, so.
That's fine.
Suck up their gold. Suck.
Bye.
I'm gonna look up rope on Amazon, and depending on what.
I
on what it
don't like
recommends, I
where
may or
this
may not-
conversation is going. I don't like it. You're my friend. I'd like you to be alive.
Peace and
We're just
love.
gonna do some cool not tying quests with you, the scout.
We're gonna, we're gonna actually teach a Boy Scout class on not tying.
Actually, I'm gonna take all your money and I'm gonna beg you to buy everything on my throne so that way you don't have enough money.
Oh.
Oh, why?
Save me!
Oh,
Stay in the
rip,
mist.
rip the bush,
Stay in the
rip
mist. Stay in the
bush,
mist. Stay in the mist. Stay in the mist. Stay in the mist. We're risking it. Oh, I risked it for the biscuit.
No.
They got this.
Thank you
They
for
got this,
trying,
Miu. I'm sorry, Miu.
Oh, I downed 2 of them.
There's 2 of them in that
Oh,
bush.
the bush ghost. Oh, okay.
I'm
just
gonna,
rebooting.
reboot. I'm gonna wait until you guys are up, because there's no way I'm taking on all
I
of
don't
them.
want to reboot. I like my gold
You can
gun.
take on all those peeps. You got this.
I'm crawling this way so then I can.
Ow!
Get
They're gonna take my golden plunger. It's okay.
I'm not confident. I'm really good at running away. That's my talent.
It's true.
That's literally the best thing I'm good at in Fortnite. I don't have good aim, but I'm really good at running away.
I'm good at
Amazing.
trying to get my friends to revive and then dying in the process.
Oh.
Okay.
I do that, I think, a little bit too much. Though, to be fair, I think every
feel
time I've done
was
that with
always
my
me in
friends,
certain games as well.
they're like, no, don't
Too
revive me. And I'm like,
altruistic,
but,
you know?
yeah. What's that word mean?
Really-
I said yeah. I'm sorry. I said yeah, like I knew what you were talking about. I don't know what altruistic means.
Oh, is that like?
Uh,
Is that a,
Literally, it just means that you're selfless and you want to, like, you know.
Oh!
I thought it was just a
Oh.
category on Dead by Daylight.
No, like, well, that's what it's.
Ew, what a
you know, it's
nerd.
kinda what it's called.
I died
Hey,
again.
man.
Fucking with me.
Every time I see Dead by Daylight, I have flashbacks.
No, we tried playing some last night. It's like, oof.
A med kit would really be really yummy.
Hey, what do you know? Where you at?
Running over to this healing machine.
Unbelievable.
Thank
I went
you,
through all that
Bridget.
effort.
Good at it.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but I used a patch up. Wasted my
Oh.
minis. I'll have it on me though.
I forgot.
I'm
to ask,
coming back.
but, shrimp and shrimp, do you guys have pronouns? That must be a requirement.
We
What?
have what?
Do you have pronouns? I must be a rogue. I'm bad at
Oh no, she, her.
Yeah, I'm him.
Oh, okay, cool.
More like murderer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no one laughed, so you know what? Never mind. Never mind.
More
Never
like
mind. Don't worry about it.
and go.
No, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm not talking to you for 5 seconds.
Oh my god. Oh my
You okay?
god. Noble, tell me you saw that.
Yeah.
Noble, did you see that? Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was a good shot.
Yeah.
That was really
I'm
good.
gonna kill this AFK person.
That was a very good shot. Good job, bro.
I don't think I'm gonna ever recover from that. That was the, I knocked one up there with a green mammoth. There's
Is it
two
like a
up there. I
one-shot
hit
pistol?
one for no, it's
mean-
I just hit a really lucky headshot. One of them up there I hit for like 117, and the other I knocked completely.
Good shit. Yeah, it is one shot. Oh,
Somebody
you're in
right there, Shams.
you're in the purples. That's bad.
I know. I wanted to kill that Snoop Dogg.
Where are they, Shems? I got him. One's down.
Ah! I
My
almost
internet's
fucked up a
dropping.
bit. Guys, they're in here. Thank you.
My internet dropped for a second. That was scary.
That sounds scary. Sorry for
Sniper?
your
No, I
loss.
don't want it. Got it from family. Okay, they gotta come to us though.
Guys, I have
do the-
Do we
blue
have any
guns.
meds? Do you still have that med kit? By
Yeah,
any
I do.
chance?
I do.
I'm gonna
Where
need
are you?
that.
There's chests here. I don't see them.
I don't know how people do the building and shooting. That's too much.
Yeah.
We
Does
don't-
anybody
that's why
play
we're
that
playing
game
Yogo.
mode anymore though?
Yeah, we don't play that. We don't do that around here.
Yeah, I don't. Fortnite. Yeah,
Hit her
Mooney,
with
we're
the
playing
knife.
Fortnite.
Yeah,
I'll
she's in
scope
there,
them
I
out,
broke her shield.
guys. Right
Somebody
there.
I hit him for 67.
Oh!
One over
Damn,
there.
I'm so good with this mammoth. In a tree. Oh, knocked her.
Oh my god. I don't even know what you're shooting.
Damn, I'm good. Damn, guys.
Ah. Good job.
Oh shit.
I'm popping
I
off.
found a
Shams,
purple
we gotta be
mammoth over
careful.
here.
The guy
Huh?
up there.
Huh?
Who?
I'm like a dog. Hmm?
Miss Moonlight's shaking.
I hit that guy for
in the chat.
105.
Somebody rush.
Oh my god, I don't know where he is.
Whole squad.
Oh, he's right here. There's one more. Me, there's one on this side. Oh,
ow.
good job,
Oh, I
Ghost.
know. I couldn't find him in time.
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs.
No!
It's okay, Ghost. It's okay, Ghost. Protect yourself. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Protect yourself.
I hate to tell
Ghost,
you,
that's a
you were
tree.
my only hope. I know. I know exactly
You
what
got
it is.
this.
Why did you rebound? I was grabbing
You got this. No, you got this. You got this. You got this. You got this. Just run away. Oh.
Damn.
Okay, maybe it was my bad. I'm sorry.
I was like 2 seconds away from getting her up and she rebooted.
Teehee.
Oh, yeah.
Some of our
so
chickens
much.
Hey.
migrated over to the neighbor's house. It's funny.
You have
Oh.
chickens?
Yep, chickens.
Yeah, we have chickens.
What are their names? Can I draw them?
What's that?
What are their names and may I draw them? I like
chickens.
chickens.
Yeah, you can draw them, but I don't know. I don't know their names.
That's fine. What colors are they?
I can
You
send you a
got
photo. Hold
fajita?
on.
Yes.
I've got chickens too,
Wait.
Elaine.
You have chicken. Oh, why does everybody have chickens? Why don't I have it? I remember when I was younger, we had this neighbor that had those Japanese really fluffy chickens.
Oh my
And
god,
I
love those.
begged them as a child to be like, please give me an egg. And they're like, well, you're in luck. One of our hens is pregnant and we can help you out. We'll give you one. Because
Wait,
they
what's
had
a
like
fluffy chicken?
a fluffy chicken. I'll send you one. Hold on. Fluffy chicken. And they said they were gonna give me one, and then they moved.
Aw.
How could they do
They
that?
they knew what they were doing.
Is it okay if I post in the Bubble One chat? Post in the Bubble One chat.
Yes, you can. Sorry, my cat muted my microphone.
You're okay.
That's such a fluffy chicken. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Oh, look at all those
didn't know
chickens.
those
I'm
existed.
gonna drop you some chickens.
We do have a critters chat, by the way. For
Yeah, I don't. I don't have
Happy
chickens.
My cat wants to cuddle with me so bad, but he's trying to like figure it out. He's like, where do I go?
Here's my critters, or my chickens. I put them in critters.
Are your chickens named?
Oh,
Yeah,
those
those are
aren't
my
chickens.
Yeah, they are.
They're
Yeah,
big.
that's.
No, they're chickens.
Oh, I just want to go.
Those
They're
are
chickens.
cute. Those are
Supposed to be
cute.
blind. They're chickens.
Hi, Sterling Cat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on, Ian. My name is Mia the
Welcome,
Mermaid, and
Ian.
Welcome to the Mermaid Cove.
Welcome
I
in.
had a budgie. His
Hashtag
name was
me, you best
Ollie,
mermaid.
And I would constantly call him a little chicken, and it was to the point where he'd very quietly say, "Little chicken."
Aw.
He
Okay.
passed a while ago, but oh, my
Aw.
little chicken. I love him, my Shayla. I gotta turn you up again, Noble. You're so quiet.
I'm so sorry.
You're so
I'm
quiet.
leaving.
I think
It's
that's
not.
just Ghost. Noble is fine for me. I haven't changed his audio at all.
He's
Oh,
very
thank God.
It might be my ADHD, but you are a little quiet, but you're not like
I sent from my
inaudible.
Google chat and Discord to follow you. Hope you win your game. Oh, hello. Thank you. Wait, who told you to follow me? Hello.
Okay, how about now?
I was
Then I can
probably
give you
that's
a
good,
follow.
that's good, that's
raging.
good.
Oh, probably. Yeah, if it was Raging Fall, give him a big smooch for me and tell him I said thank you. Yeah, I was so close to 200 followers, so I was like, everybody, please. But we made 200 followers. Hippie.
Woohoo!
We got it earlier today.
Doing a very good growth, wife. Very good growth.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good job.
But thank you for
Okay, how-
following me. I really appreciate it.
How about now?
Oh, you were
That's
on
really
earlier,
good.
too.
That's
now
good.
you're loud. I gotta turn
No,
you
I'm
don't
so
listen. That's
sorry.
no. Shut up. Don't. It's okay.
up.
You're
Don't listen to
perfect.
Ghost.
I'm just picky about my sound. It's okay, man.
Oh no, same here. Especially if someone has
No.
like an echoey mic, I'll be like, please fix it. Please.
Okay, now I gotta
Right?
turn you down.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I prefer you louder because, like, I don't want to have you at like 200 and then be like, I can't boost you anymore. I'd rather be able to have the flexibility to turn you down or up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Does that
true.
make
I did
sense?
have you at 200, so that's probably why you were perfect for me.
Damn. I turned down
It's
the
okay,
compressor and
Noble,
also
you're
just gained it up all the way. I,
Fair,
Come.
fair,
I
fair.
forgot.
Chums. Chums.
What?
Oh, where's wife?
Catch me.
Oh, there's
Catch
wife.
me.
Or
Catch me.
the pop.
You didn't catch me, you asshole.
Hey there, hot stuff.
My soda pop. Hey, Mike.
Did you
Hey,
see
wife.
that, Noble? You see that?
Oh,
If I said yes, will you feel better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
How fucking dare
We're besties though, so you say no.
True, true, true,
No.
true, true.
My internet.
I will
suck.
I missed
I will
all
say-
of it. Oh my god.
we'll protect you, Shem.
It's-
Don't worry.
The game is either smooth and buttery smooth, or it becomes a slideshow.
That's fine.
That makes
my stream
But
is
Wolf
just
Heart and
good.
Cucumber are their handles. Oh, Katie and Ashley! Yeah! Oh my gosh, no, I love them so much. We've been playing a bunch of Peak together, and then we played Did together. Yeah! I know
People do
Katie,
happen.
and then I met Katie's sister like the other day, but they're both such sweethearts. We
Number
love
29.
Katie and Ashley.
Number 29.
Give them a big
Wow.
smooch for me.
I ordered a number
No,
Why
Wow.
did you
Wow.
come
Your
to
first
come
crack.
follow me?
They're cracked.
Oh, they're sweet.
All right.
We're so far away from Sunny and Elaine.
It's okay.
fine.
Where'd they go?
Oh! I don't know how I did that. I'm really trash at fucking shotgun.
You did a good job, wife.
Oh,
Well,
they
it's got
got
like a
lucky, they
big
got-
spray, so it helps, yeah? shotguns?
No, this one's more of a tighter.
Oh, okay.
Shoot it.
Toy. Oh,
Wait, we gotta
hey,
get
I'm
going
a
though, this
silly
storm's
Billy.
coming. Huh.
I should have joined the share stream link. That way it notifies my followers to fucking watch your
Oh
shit.
yeah. Oh, give me a sec. I can send it to you.
Yeah, you can do it after this game. Don't cut it. Don't
She's
cut it.
safe. She's safe. I'll protect her. That's cool.
Yeah, my wife got me.
Okay.
I think all the fighting is happening over near Ghost and Shems anyway, so we're good.
Who are the
I'm
best
Katie's college
wife?
friend. She's my bestie. I'll give her smooches. Also, thank you. Oh god, there's people.
Oh. Right as you got back, coincidentally enough.
He's cracked. He's low.
Oh, wife. Wife, there's someone here.
Oh! I cracked him again.
Oh.
I couldn't.
It's okay, let's just reboot. I didn't have that good stuff anyway.
No, 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 no.
Oh,
we had
that's
to
another
die.
squad.
That's a whole squad. Oh, I'm so DTS.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm so DTS. Ah,
What's DTS mean?
Dead to Storm. Kit.
Oh.
All right, well that killed me.
Oh no.
Good job.
Oh, you got out. You're good.
Mhm.
Those are cool wings.
There's somebody
You like it?
there. There's somebody.
There's people everywhere.
Somebody there. There's somebody in front of me. There's somebody behind me. There's too many people in this lobby. There's somebody behind me again. Okay, they're leaving.
Hiding in the hay.
Oh, I'm so dead. No.
Ow, 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 ow.
Hiding in the hay.
Oh, I have a med kit.
Nice.
I'm
Oh
so
my
good,
god,
guys.
there's so many
I'm bad.
people everywhere. I've died again. This is so much more chaotic than like Blitz.
You know.
Oh.
Oh,
What
I-
just happened?
I don't know.
Here, no, you take these. You take these.
Thank you.
You need the extras.
Is it more chaotic because people are still constantly like spawning and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so dead. No! Release me!
Release me! Same brain cell. Let's go.
Fuck him up.
Ah! I was about to throw my fucking med.
Chubs, run. Hi.
Oh, this was a bad place to be.
By the way, to my viewers, just because we're playing this and I'm a streamer doesn't mean we're good.
No. Oh.
I think honestly it's more genuine when you're a streamer and you're not good at it because so many people
Yeah.
are like trying to fake being good at it. It's like, wow.
Yeah, or they just like
Yeah.
too try hard. Like this is
Yeah.
not my job.
Yeah.
Our jobs are to be silly goobers.
We're bad
Yeah.
at
I feel personality and conversation trumps being good at the game, in my opinion.
We're bad at the
Twoo,
game,
twoo, twoo,
but
twoo,
we're
twoo.
having fun.
What if you're bad at talking to chat though because you're just a goober?
I'm not. I feel like I like it when my streamers talk to chat, so I like to talk to chat.
That's
Oh my
valid.
god.
Shems
Oh,
thinks his
oh my
internet
God, it's
is
everywhere!
dead.
Oh!
Shem says his internet is kicking the bucket.
Yeah. I finally get to talk to Shebs.
No, how did they hit so many more of their shots versus me?
Oh my god, it's so chaotic.
It's actually Ninja on the other side. On the other
I know,
server.
right?
Um,
Ninja playing with
did you
each
guys see
each
that?
finger is a different console that he plays on.
Did you guys?
So
That girl
What?
just found me like completely through the wall. I wasn't
Ooh.
walking, so there were no feet.
Hacks. Wall
Uh,
hacks.
wow,
that was a bit suspicious.
That was a little sus.
Oh, princess.
Whatever, maybe they were going to that spot and found me. I don't know.
I have a new need in life to hear Elmer Fudd do the old princess voice.
Oh, why
Oh, God.
not?
It's like you're summoning Indy with that. It's growing on me and I hate it.
Oh
What?
boy.
The oh princess voice.
Oh,
Princess.
princess.
What?
41. Oh, this is cute. Clip.
Daddy's
keep
gonna
you-
carry you.
Ew.
It's
Please.
Oh.
Please stop.
We're banning him.
I don't
ban,
like
ban,
it
ban.
anymore.
Understandable.
This is like I can't stop using it. Oh, on God.
Oh.
I think about it all the time. Sometimes I'll just say hello something, and then Pixels will look at me very slowly and be like, "You did it again," and I'm like, "What's wrong, princess?" And then he'll be like, "Shut the fuck up," and I'll be like, "Hee hee."
The princess voice has been ruining my life because I can't stop using it. It's the clapping feet.
It's-
Yeah.
I hate
The
the feet. I
slapping
hate the
feet.
feet. The feet.
It's such a loud and wet slap, but
Yeah,
not too
yeah,
wet.
yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like.
So far, would women do it? I don't mind it at all because it just sounds cute.
Uh-huh.
Like Katie does. My friend Katie, who's Wolfheart, she does a really good job with it. And then like when Ghost or Elaine do it, I'm like, oh, that's fine. This is fine.
But when I do it, it's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I was sassier. One day.
She's disturbingly good at it. We do it on phone calls. Yeah. No, yeah, she's very good at it.
Are you alive, Shem?
Shem said his internet was kicking the bucket earlier, so I don't.
Yeah, his
don't know if he's
internet
coming back.
is getting freaky.
I'm
gonna draw a hot man.
I think I got back.
Oh!
Oh
back.
my
He's
God.
back.
I didn't know he could
Welcome
do
back,
that.
sir.
I hate Charter. Oh my god.
Buy a new
Do you not have
internet.
any other like internet options where you live?
No, Spectrum has a deal. So only in my area, the only internet provider you can buy
Good food, good luck on you guys.
is
Bye, Sterling.
Spectrum.
That's very interesting because like I've been fiending to get Spectrum here, so I got a fiber internet, but I have Xfinity right now.
But thank you, Kat, for being here. Bye bye.
Oh shit, you got the Isaac backpack too. Let's go. The doorbell rang and scared me. My roommate probably ordered food, but it still scared me.
Oh no.
Oh, they're dancing.
I'm dancing.
Ready up, Shems, Mr. Wolfie Man. You have a lot of wolf skins, don't you?
Oh, hold on,
A little
Shem.
bit,
we
yeah.
we can match.
Let's say I have the matching one, but I'm assuming Ghost probably does now.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's Deadpool. That's
Yeah.
not what I was
No,
expecting.
he's got Wolverine.
I could be. I
Alright.
can be a cat person.
I'ma be
Cat person. Change backpack though.
cat dog. Cat
dog.
dog.
That's like a
Hold the
dance.
phone, everybody. Give me just 1 second. My brother may have just arrived. I will be right back.
I like the colors, the like metallic colors on you on your skin. They look nice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like this skin. It's simple but cool.
And back to pumpkin coloring I go. Trying to make a pumpkin king as a milk bean.
Oh.
I think I got the head done. I gotta figure out how the fuck else I'm gonna do this. This has gotta be a rare one. Legendary, even.
Oh, girl changed her stuff.
Oh, I'm gonna start
Hot news.
gardening soon.
Ooh, what are you gonna start gardening? What will
Ooh.
you
I'm gonna
grow?
make the vegetables I eat most, which is bell peppers, onion, garlic, tomatoes.
Those are
If I
all
can figure
very
out
like.
mushrooms, I will.
Those are all very like. I think like I wouldn't. I guess I don't want to say like easy, but those are like very like good hardy plants. I feel like. I guess be the word for it.
Or you could infinite food hack and get a single potato.
He's not wrong.
I don't really care for potatoes that much.
Really?
What?
I know. I wish I loved them like
As
everyone
an
else did,
Irish
but I'm like,
man, I'm offended.
well, I pretend to
Wow.
be Italian, so you know, tomatoes are the best.
Also, wait, are you gonna? You're not gonna start like this year, right? Because isn't it past the time for all those?
Oh yeah, it's still gonna be like getting the garden bed set up. I could still set up garlic though, because you have to plant that in the fall and let that
Oh.
frost, and then it'll bulb
Oh,
in the
does the frost help
springtime,
it?
and then you harvest.
Oh.
Yes, you have to
Are you
grow
You should grow
garlic in
those
the
big
winter.
elephant garlics.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
some plants. I don't remember which they are, but it's been so many years since I've taken botany. But like I used to plant flowers, and some of them were bulbs, and you have to plant those like way in advance for when they're gonna be you actually want them to grow.
Shams, I'm gonna
but
be real with you, dog. Not trying to step on anybody's toes, but are you like a main character of a book or something? What the fuck do you mean you took botany? You used to grow flowers, and now like what? What? Are you secretly like?
I took
Are you reincarnated or
like
something?
every science class that was available to me in high school. I took literally everything. I'd go down the science
Oh, so
hallway and
you're just a
everybody loved me.
nerd. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
no,
Yeah,
that's definitely nerd territory there. That's
I
legit.
was, and then I dropped out of college, and now I'm blue collar man.
Fuck yeah, blue collar, literally and metaphorically. Yeah.
Now instead of being smart and a knowing plant, I get home and have existential crisis.
What?
Same.
What did you just say? Oh, I
Existential
just realized what
crisis.
you said. Okay. No, I thought he said I give women existential crises. Like that was his job, and I was like, that's not what Miyu told me. Miyu told me you worked in a factory, and that doesn't sound like a factory worker's job.
What's the
I do work in a
existential
factory.
crisis? Maybe we can work through it.
Everything.
Yeah, I feel that.
It's okay. We'll all be existential together. Shems, do you know that I drew your horns and I put them on milk beans? Specifically
I did
called
not.
Mr. Horns. I did that.
I
Oh, I
took
see them.
Shit.
I took one too many edibles and found the meaning of life and had an eco death. That was
I
fun.
love ego death. Ego death is so fun.
Yeah, it makes life a little more calm and like chill, but you still like have anxiety and deal with life. But it's like, oh, it's fine.
I just like the concept of ego death because it humbles a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
What is ego death?
Ego death is when parts of you as a person die in a way. Like a lot of people experience it when when they go through like a trigger warning, very sad, someone close to them passes away because it's a part of you that you don't expect to leave you. And it kind of just passes away and that part of you dies.
Oh yeah, I went through that. I have lost a piece of me.
For the ego death for me is just like, you know, what is my purpose in the universe kind of thing. And it's like, there's no purpose. You're vibing, man. Enjoy the ride. It's like, oh. Yeah.
Yeah, my
sounds right.
favorite like psychological kind of thing on it is if anybody has Netflix or other ways of seeing it, it's a mini animated series called Midnight Gospel where this guy kind of interviews a lot of people that go through just a lot of
Yeah.
different people from different points of view of life. and one of them covers ego death because his mother went through cancer, and it's very
Yeah.
beautiful. I love it
That
a
was my
lot.
favorite, saddest episode. Is when he's
Yeah,
talking to
it's
his mom.
animated by I think the art is by Pendleton Ward, who did Adventure Time. It was very nice.
That makes sense. That was an underrated show. I feel like not a lot of people watched it. It was good. I liked it. Yeah, dude, life likes to humble you over and over and over and over. I want to have a big head with big confidence. I'm done being humbled, please.
That's called faking it till you make it, brother.
Yes.
And if you think about your body proportions as a slime, technically you are just a big head. So like, if you want to think about it that way.
Oh my god.
Yep.
100% true. 100% true. By the way, in case I missed it, are we waiting on someone?
That's what I was
MIB
about to ask.
Ghost, I
Ghost-
think. Ghost said something
Yeah.
about food, I think.
Oh, Ghost Brothers here, I think.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that.
They said it very quickly. All I know is that something has arrived and has taken Ghost from
I am
us.
very tired. I was using like 200% of my brain there to make a single connection.
I feel that. Oh, dude.
I've got to somehow manage to make it until 7 a.m.
How? Why? Why do you sleep like this?
No, I would go to bed at like a normal time tonight, but I start third shift on Sunday,
Oh
So
shit.
so I gotta like rewire. I gotta do a complete reset.
That's rough.
I really don't want to like. When I started working, I'm like, fuck, I'm so excited to go on third, but now that I've made friends online, I don't want to go to third anymore.
No.
What time is that kind of shift?
I'll be working 10 to 6,
Oh.
10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Oh.
And then depending on whether or not it's a day that I have overtime, I'll be working 10 to 10.
Damn.
So sorry, everyone. I had to go and introduce my cat to my brother for the first time.
That's
He does
okay.
not like cats. Wouldn't even
Poor
pet
cat.
her.
What a
Aw.
dick.
Yeah, you work it. I've just realized your nickname is my wife.
Oh
Huh?
yeah, she's nicknamed Sunny's nicknamed my wife on my thing.
My wife. Why does everyone have so many wives? I want a wife.
Get good? I don't know.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say we're
It
all
is.
just most of us are just married to Miyu, so it's kind of like
Yeah.
it's really just
that's what I'm saying,
one
get
wife.
good.
I was
It's
original.
One wife.
It is
Here's all the
simply a skill issue,
Yeah, no,
Yep.
1000% is a skill issue.
and
Get
that's
better.
okay. You know, cope.
Yeah.
I have
Alright, where we
one
going?
wife, and her name is Lazel.
Wait,
Really?
wait.
From Baldur's Gate?
Yes.
Huh.
You are you okay, bro?
And the scout.
You want to
back
talk about it?
I mean, she has good character
No.
growth, to be fair. Oh, I didn't know we were in game. I'm sorry, guys. I
You're
was drawing a
good.
pumpkin.
Yeah, no, she does have good character growth. I agree.
She does. In the beginning, she's mean.
She's a little mean.
I like her
I'd be mean
both
if I didn't know
ways.
your ass. No, I wouldn't. I'm too nice.
See, I used to be into the, oh, I want them because they don't want me. Now I'm like, I've grown and, healed.
Mutual attraction now.
Mutual attraction.
Lazel was the first character I romanced, but I'm a masochist, so
You see, you're all wrong.
Hello,
Karlach
Taylor.
is
Welcome on
clearly
in.
the best
I
wife.
hope you're having a
Karlach
great
is
day. I'm playing some
fantastic.
Fortnite with my friends.
Karlach's a close second.
Karlach
Okay,
is who I
respect that,
romanced
respect
it.
first, but I like
Gale
Halcyon the
lover.
best.
I need Gale and Will to be my male wives.
I-
And I'll be the husband.
And I talked to Gale, and he whips his dick out. It's like, bro, I was nice to you once. Calm down.
Gale, what?
Who they're shooting?
My kitty is sleeping at my desk. Hello,
Ow.
Mio, I'm coming.
Nice. It's okay. Shem saved me.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay, good job.
Hold on, Chad.
I will keep looting.
Oh, give me a
Oh, no, I
Of course
won't.
they
No, I
are.
won't.
Oh my
No, I won't.
God.
Ow, ow,
Is that a
ow,
mammoth?
ow, ow,
Is that a mammoth? Sniff.
Yeah.
Sham's dog! Sonny, pick it up before he gets it! Sonny!
That is not actually a mammoth. It's a double down.
whamp whamp.
Guys, that's so gross.
I'm trying to get out of the storm.
Okay, let's get a hot take. Who do you think is the worst romance option
Fine,
in Baldur's
you can
Gate?
have it.
Fucking thought.
I don't know. I think there's someone for everyone. You know?
Yeah, I don't think there is a worse unless you want to like romance the Emperor or Gortash or.
Oh wait, no. The worst is the bars
Ascended
because you can't really.
Don't talk shit about my husband.
Gortash is questionable, but Emperor is peak.
Hey, who's
No,
Gortash? I forgot.
Ascended
evil- he's
Astarion,
one
I
of the
think is the
evil ones.
worst.
I agree, yeah, I agree.
I
Oh
don't
my
like
God,
Star,
ow.
and you kick a pup, and he's like, haha, that's funny. It's like what?
You pick a squirrel and everyone.
The man's been through a lot. The man is just trauma incarnated. Like,
You know,
Ow.
He's,
Sabo
ow.
is
he's
a
one of
good-
those characters
No,
where
please,
it's
I have
like
so
I
much
can
good loot.
sympathize with what you went through. It does not excuse the man you have become.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
no, yeah.
Shams, get him!
But it's similar to everything else. Once you dig deep and like let him open up, he completely changes, just like Lae'zel changes.
Mhm.
there's so much work.
But Ascended Astarion is by far the worst. It's horrible. I made I wasn't even romancing Astarion in one of my playthroughs, but I didn't want him to
oh my
leave our
God,
party,
I
so I
might-
let him ascend, and I was like, I regret this. I'd rather him just leave. This is horrible.
Is he just a pompous asshole like times
I
10?
might-
Oh yeah,
Uh,
so bad.
yeah, no, he becomes like the ultra racist. Like he looks
Oh
down
no.
on everybody at that. After that,
Yeah, no, he's
Oh.
horrible.
He-
Because then he
It's-
starts to think he's better than everybody else and all that stuff. And like, even if like he's
Ooh.
like, "Oh, you're my equal," you're not.
I
his
I
equal.
ascended him on my Dark Urge playthrough, and I was
Hello, Fufa. Welcome on in. Yeah, I don't like that he's essentially like he's like I want to be better than my maker, and then he just
Becomes
like
him.
his maker. Yeah. it's just
Yep.
Like, okay, dude.
And that's why you don't ascend him.
Hello,
Now-
how was your day?
Going
having
to
a
hell
good
with
day.
Karlach with that cigar. Ooh.
Karlach died in the one playthrough I finished, and I was sobbing, and my friend had no idea because my mic wasn't picking it up until I started talking, and then she's like, "Wait, are you crying?" I'm like, "Yes, I've been sobbing this whole time."
Yeah, it fucks me up the whole Karlach situation. Makes me sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's either let her die and have some kind of peace, or go through hell and you guys are fighting and trying to find some way to like let her live. You know, it's just. It's like, are you really gonna fight an archdevil?
I was good about to start
Because,
working at a
like-
cafe maybe, so I'm excited about that.
Very hard. It would be hard.
I hope the
Wait, what
cafe
working
is
at a cafe?
nice. So Fruit Bats, a viewer in my chat, is about to work
Oh.
at a cafe. It's very cool.
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh.
Our stream be
What's
good.
that?
I'm hanging out with my friends. We play some Fortnite, and while we wait, I'm working
Brendan,
on Halloween stuff. What?
you said
I'm
friends.
back.
You got friend zoned Mew. Sorry to tell you this.
If people didn't know that Miu's my wife, then like, Do you really know
Well, you
me?
still gotta say friends and wife. Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry. My friend and my beautiful goddess of a wife, Miu, who just hit
There you
200 followers
go.
today. Go follow them. They're great. We love them.
We might have to come back and restart our matchmaking because Shim's glitched out.
No,
God
Shem.
damn it, Shems.
I'm gonna fucking. I'm marching up to Spectrum headquarters tomorrow. They are. I'm gonna be on national TV.
Oh, here's that vamp. Thank you for following me.
As long as you like
So-
come back for dinner. As long as you come back in time for dinner.
Shebs, if you actually want like advice on how to get them to fix the fucking problem, I've done it several times. It's a few phone calls. Go
The
away,
pumpkin.
go away.
Open
Hi,
hello. Welcome in, Shanacorn. How is your stream? I'm gonna go deal with this really quick. I'll be right back. I'll be here, but like,
Okay.
be right back. How is it going? How is your stream? How is Silent Hill F? I've seen a lot of things about Silent Hill F. That shit looks cool. Did you have fun? Did you have a good time? I hope you're having
Only
a
my
good
gambit
start
was
to
here.
your spoopy season. Hey yo, how you doing? I'm good. I'm playing a little bit of Fortnite with my friends. And they're all being superheroes. How do I have I don't think I have a superhero. Hold on. What's the closest thing I have to a superhero? I think this is pretty close to a superhero, I think.
Should I
But
put
welcome
shoes
on
it?
in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Slubby seeing the art looks cute. Thank you. They're the little milk beans in my chat stream avatars, and I'm making them into a blind
I'll
box.
put cheese on my Wolverine.
But 10F is good. It's a
Cheddar
wild ride for
cheese.
sure, but I'm here for it.
I mean, he is the
Fuck
cheese
yeah,
man.
I'm glad. I'm glad that it's
Oh, dude,
fun. I'm glad
I'm
it's
actually
a fun
about
time.
to get Spectrum.
If you if you need a raid and run, I think I said this, feel free to do so. Your health is most important to us. Otherwise, I hope you have fun chilling out with me and my friends as we play a little Fortnite before getting high and watching some TikToks with chat. Let's see, I'm trying to get the arms. Trying to get the arms. What, this one? New layer. I do have to raid run, kinda. I'll be lurking here, but I gotta get myself ready for bed. Oh my gosh, 2 a.m. Yes, please. Go get some rest. Go get resty, get ready for baby. I hope you have a good prep of the bedtime. We adore you. I hope you have a good night. His arms are gonna have to be lower. Okay. I have returned. That go. Thank you.
Ooh, who you drawing, Ghost?
Man, I don't freaking know.
Oh, okay.
Character? I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
earlier they
somebody-
just said they were gonna draw a hot man's.
Come on. Give me
I don't know if
It
they
was-
had decided who they were going to draw yet.
I'm just doodling.
I found it out. It was Pucked. I reported Centerpoint to Pucked, and then the general manager of the Texas branch of Centerpoint called me and said, usually these calls and reports are pretty bullshit. Yours was right. There was something wrong. I'm like, yeah. No shit.
But yeah, I
Okay.
realized that.
I live it every day. Oh, God.
Sunny,
Wanna
you got
show?
Ray up.
What?
You got Ray up.
I did ready up.
Oh, it's showing on my screen you're not ready. And then I just looked down and it's like finding server. Oh.
Oh. Those
There you
shark
go, I'm
shoes
ready
are
to ready it
baller.
up again.
It's still saying on my alright, look at my stream, man. It says you're not ready.
I unreadied and readied up. I don't know what you want. I don't know what
I
you want
don't
me
no,
to
no,
say.
you're fine, it's fine. I'm just saying, I'm not like
I don't
bullying
know
you.
what you want me to say. I don't know.
Friends bully friends. As you're
No!
supposed to.
Here.
That's not my friend. That's my mommy.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm your mommy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll be your mommy then.
Okay.
I'll clean the
Oh,
dishes.
princess.
No, no, no,
I don't care if you have a disability. Get up.
That's crazy.
Not again.
No, I love you.
Okay.
Is the Sam
You-
writing up now?
It does now.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to make the
I had to
pumpkin
do
king
the
more.
daddy voice recently, and the best I could do is I'm disappointed in you. Disappointed dad talk.
No.
That was kind of fun. That was funny to experience.
How do I draw?
Because of course he had to do it when I was a guest on his stream.
I think I've done it twice now, because it was I think it was Siren. She had no cooldown on her mommy voice for 5 minutes, so I was just like, let's just see how many I can get in here. So it was like 20 minutes. She's like, I hate you. Oh god.
Man, it's really struggling with finding the server.
Maybe.
I'm wondering if the lobby got bunked, so I'm just.
Maybe,
No.
yeah.
He's dead.
It's the X-Men.
And my chick.
Except for me, I'm the sex man.
Nice.
How do we kick him
Nice.
again? I'm not the leader of the server. So I can't kick him.
How do we unmod him? Ban him?
No.
No.
All right, you had mod privileges for a day. That's enough.
No. Please, God. I was making an in-character joke.
Oh, you know what? I couldn't imagine him saying that actually, so.
Is that King of the Hill?
Yeah. I had a
Nice.
King of the Hill collab.
One of these days, I will buy Hank Hill.
No, you won't.
Dude, the newest season has been pretty good. I've been happy with it.
BRB, if we find a server and get in,
Okay.
Pumpkin king, pumpkin king. Gotta make a crown for the pumpkin king.
A crown.
This pumpkin king was a lot cooler in my head. And now that I'm drawing it, it's a lot less cool. I don't know why.
Aw, I bet it's very cool.
I think it's because it's on a bean. And beans, they're cute.
Fair, fair, fair.
Legos? God, how many things are
Legos.
on this game?
Lots.
A lot.
There's a full Lego game mode.
Oh,
Yep.
I just got back into D&D after like a year-long break, and I'm playing a bard.
Oh.
Very
Yeah.
happy.
I like bards.
I love
Bards are very cool.
Fucking, it's good.
Pumpkin king, pumpkin king, pumpkin king. What other elements make you a pumpkin king? Oh, I could do some green. You want some green, dude? Want some green? You want your crown to be green? No, you don't.
I don't know what kind of bard I'm gonna play though, but he's a pompous asshole nobility, and I'm
Ooh.
being a raging asshole, and it's a very fun time, but in a silly way. And then he gets humbled constantly, so it's funny.
and
Love
twisting.
that.
You want to have the character arc of
Oh, hello, Indy.
being a better person.
So very bored. Hi, Indy. Hi, darling.
Correct.
back.
Indeed.
Out of a general curiosity,
We still have space for you if you wanted to join. What's up?
out of a general curiosity, I switched it to reload. I just want to see if it'll load us.
Okay.
Because if it doesn't, it's Fortnite.
Fortnite servers might be down.
It'd be weird if they were down. They just updated like yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh my god, everyone's streaming right now. I just looked over and just
Because it's Friday night. Are y'all
It's
not loading in?
Friday.
No, we've been sitting here for like 5+ minutes and not a match is loaded, but we've played a few already.
Yeah.
Just means we gotta play Dumped Out.
Yeah, I might.
Different game.
I hear it's time for Dead by Daylight.
Oh, God.
Someone really wants to play Dead by Daylight, is what I'm hearing.
Shems will
We-
play it next week, please.
You know what we could always play, Mio?
Hmm.
The game we were going to play. Then got distracted with
Outlast?
other things.
Oh yeah, Outlast. Well, Sonny, see, Indy wants to play with us, and then I want to play with Wife because we really want to play Wife.
I
I
forgot
don't
Indy
mind. I
existed.
don't mind. We play
What
on
about
Wednesday.
Peak?
Yeah, we gotta play Peak.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know if Ghost wants to play Peak, guys.
Guys.
Okay.
Oh,
Idea.
it's okay if
I
you
will
guys want to
carry
play.
you up the
if-
mountain.
If you
You
guys want
will-
to play
you will make
Outlast,
the
it's
battalion.
You mean
okay.
you will
I could
run up the
I could
mountain
go
all on
finish
your
my
own?
art stuff.
No, I
don't
will
mind.
stay behind this time.
Well, that's the thing is, like, wait, oh wait, fuck! I was gonna say a sentence and now I forgot. Never mind.
It's okay.
Here, we're gonna go on break, guys, and then we're gonna figure out what we're gonna do next because Fortnite decided that they don't want to load servers. So we'll be right back.
I will
I'm gonna
also go
exit
on
work.
BRB. I will either be back playing more games or be back doing art. Be right back. Okay, I am back. I have decided to do more art. I think I'm gonna grab an Eddie Bell. And we also have to play that sledding game. I don't know if Kiwi's here though. I think Kiwi wanted to be here when I played the sledding game. But at the very least, we could download it. Download. If Kiwi was here, we'd play it right now. If Kiwi not here, then we go just do art. It doesn't matter. It's a little early, I realize. Let's take a shot at a ball. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Take one now, I'll take one later. Why are you not doing the thing I want you to do? Did I use the eraser? It's not. Oh, it is locked. Haha, goober. Alright, let's turn the music back up. It's like so hot, and I think it's because my key light is just blasting me in the face. Alright, there we go. There's so many things open. Alright, pumpkin. Halloween pumpkin design. Character? I wonder, actually, if Crooked Moon has anything in it that I can be inspired by. Let's do this one. Spells back onto a species. I think there's one that's like... There's the Gnarlborn. Oh, the Harvestborn. There you go. Oh, shit. I kind of like his hat. Oh, I don't have enough room for his hat. Dang it. I like the eyes, though. I might... duplicate. I might steal those eyeballs. Six. I like the triangle eyes. Oh, what has happened? It's 4. Oh, I think I didn't go far enough. I don't know why this is like hard. I don't duplicate. Thank you for the head pat, Rainer. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Friday. There you go. Can you goddamn dope up? Finally home. Well, welcome home. Hope you had a wonderful day. I'm just being a little goofy goober and doing some art stuff. Do they have... Is that the very end? I should look at the tokens, maybe. VTT digital pack, art maps, tokens. I don't think there's gonna be a pumpkin man in this one. This pumpkin? Oh my good god. Oh, it's the Hypno Wolfen. That's cool. And the bear. The swoopy bear. Oh wait, there's the headless horseman. Flames! Flames, chat. Flames. That's how we make this premium. We add flames. Let me delete this. If anybody has any suggestions for how to make these even cooler, let me know. So I'm like pulling shit out my ass right now. Feels like. I'm thinking flames could be cool though. Can you goddamn hold up? Be like a BOGO. I feel so weird because like my oh, I just needed to move my keyboard up. Beat like a BOGO. Beat like a Soto. There you go. What is the equivalent of this for red? I don't really like that color. I do like these colors though, so maybe we can try these. Yeah. Like risotto. Let's go. Let's go. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. It was every day. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I should have followed the contour of this part of the eye. Let's erase this. I don't know how many TikToks y'all sent me today. I'll have to check. Because then I can better guesstimate our time and how much time I got to finish these. To my word. Need all my mans. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Flame eyeballs. I think that looks pretty okay. Got a game. I want to do is Bangkok. Flame. I think it's pretty good. Oops. I don't know if I wanted to cover the full eye or like be part of the eye. I think covering the eye ain't bad though. Duplicate. Negative. Okay, wait. Shift N. Okay. My eyes, they're getting all tired, chat. Getting all tired. Be mad because I'm doing me better than you doing you. Okay, I'm going to fix my chair and turn on the AC. Right. No, them toadstools. Is my thing on? Now it's on. Okay. Alright, okay. I want to try a new one. I'm going to try it a bit differently, though. Let's look at this guy again. You know what? Why don't we move the pumpkin head? Move the pumpkin head. So that sits like over here. Actually, I have a new idea. If I open recent gear. Oops. So I have an idea for this. Mhm. Actually, I should have. There you go. Pumpkin! Hi, Zoe! Yes, Pumpkin. I'm trying to draw a little pumpkin hat. How are you doing, Zoe? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's how big it has to be. We can go from here. Kind of do it like this. Kind of do this. Actually, this would change. So let's scale this first. There you go. And then we'll start with this one. I think that looks okay. Let's make it full opacity, and we're just going to erase this bottom half. There you go. I think I want this middle part to be a little bit more up, though. Yeah, now it's like a little pumpkin hat. Except it's like rotated a little bit off. There. Shwamp! You got it. Give me 10 seconds. Hello, I'm a shrimp. How's it going? Hello. Hello. So many people like in this corner. Hold on. Let me show you guys over here. Go. Oh, and then some of you are stuck in there. It's very interesting that you guys get. Actually, you know what? I should make it to where it's this. So you guys can't go in there? Or blocks of type. Okay. Oop. I wish you could just like fill an area instead of me doing it like this. Be a lot nicer. Is that one of the spawn? Spawn zone? It is a spawn zone. What the heck? Collision. It's gonna take a while to like fill. If I feel like this would have been easier if I just like filled the whole thing with this, the collision blocks, and then just erase the parts that I didn't want. Choo. There we go. Yay, Schwamp! Yay! I'm a Schwamp. So many boxes. So you guys don't get stuck. So I feel bad when you guys get stuck, because then you don't get to see your little avatar. They're gonna annoy me, because it's like not in like any order. Ooh. No. No, I'm too shaky. Whoop. 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 Boop. Boop. I'm sorry, this is so unsatisfying. Alright, there we go. Wait, I can do it now? Oh, fuck. Maybe I can go across. Yeah, I can go like across. God damn it. Okay. Almost there. Almost got all of them. Just a few more, chat. Don't worry. And then you'll never spawn at the spots you're not supposed to. Boop. There you go. Now it'll never happen again. That's pretty good. Alright, let me check my TikTok, because I want to see how many TikToks you guys have sent me. Messages. Okay. 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 Okay.
That's my chimichanga stand.
That's my chimichanga stand. How Kiwi, how you doing? Save that for now. Okay. Now we could do like a flame thing. How do you draw fire? I have no idea. How you draw fur? I have idea. How you draw fire? No idea. Very different, I think, subject matters, in my opinion. Like a lick like this work? And this one. Together. Oh my god, this would be way cooler. Oh my god, I have an idea. Maybe you could die. Where? So that you were right for me. Oh, select. Yeah, if it's like semi-transparent and it's like your head's on fire. Yes. Yes. To a certain kind of sadness. There we go. And then I need a fire color palette. Oh wait, I want to. No, that's fine. No, actually, no. Fire color palette. This is not what I was thinking this was. I don't. Okay, what's the next color? Kind of like this one here. Let's make this 50 though. Sorry about be banning tonight. Sorry about working hard. Hmm. Interesting. So if this is, let's turn this on. Working. Wait, I like color dodge. Maybe this one is like. Oops. Maybe softly might be better or overlay. Alright, let me do like one more layer. As this yellow. That was just till you came. When this place is something new. I hear it when I look at you. Hope everybody's having a good day. I feel bad saying this, but you guys have been kind of quiet. So I hope everyone's doing alright. Not that I need you guys to be active all the time. Sometimes I worry that people are sad. And I don't know. You know? Ah! Simple songs, I wanted more. Perfection is so quick to bore. You are beautiful by far. Those are who we really are. Okay, now I want to see it. This one. Lighting isn't bad. What makes the flames more flamey? I think adding in another new layer. Like this back in here, maybe? Or maybe this color? So... that was until you came along. You are a broken melody. Oh, wait. Oops. Negative. Look, they look like little horns. This is perfect. Accidental, but like fucking perfect, bro. I don't know if I want to add like a little bit more to it though, like this. And then... Ooh! Let's bring this down. Pop this back up. Pop this back. You know, it says this shape is a circle, but it's really just a weird square. I don't... Ah. Yeah. Wonder if Rat Cousin's still streaming. I know he's doing a subathon today, and like he mentioned for like it was like a momentary passing thing, but he was like, "Sure, for the next 24 hours." I was like, "Damn, is this dude really gonna go for 24 hours?" And it makes sense if he's doing like a subathon, but I'm gonna check really quick. Nice Mew. Yeah, Rat Cousin's still going, bro. 7 hours strong. I wonder what game he's playing. I just a special event, so I don't know what game he's playing. They say. For me, I'm a tree. It's just I can be free. Knows me. Am I wrong? No, I'm wrong with problem. Eh. Ah! Oh yeah, because I'm on a different line. Yeah, that makes sense. Make the flame spikier. Same with this guy. He's like almost perfect, but he's like a little off. There we go. I know, guys. I think that looks pretty cool. I think I'm gonna do some shading on the jacket, but I think that's pretty primo. I think that's pretty legendary. If you ask me, I think I did a good job on making a premium. I have to make one more. I have to make one more, but I think I'm doing a pretty. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. Looks lit. Hell yeah, it looks lit. Let's go. Kiwi says it looks lit. Do you think? I think we should take a break from thinking about sprites and play a little bit of that sled game. What do you think, Kiwi? I'm thinking we try that sled game. And then if anybody wants to join us in the sled game, they can. Oh, you don't love me. I just want time. Sled game, sled game, sled game. Okay. Because I did download it, but I wanted to wait till you were here to play it because I don't. I would feel really bad if you're like, all right, I'm back in chat, and there's like, have you played sled game? And I would have been like, oh, yeah. So, all right, we'll play it. We'll play it once I'm done shading this guy up. What goes on? I just need growth. Never stumble. Grow higher. Oh, I'm never tired. It's an earthquake rumble. Never stumble. It's an earthquake rumble. Never fall, never stumble. Rumble, break down walls. Jericho walls come down. Come down like Jericho. Mm-hmm. Huh? Select, invert. And tell your kid time moves fast. The one who knows when you make it. And then just one more thing, the little buttons. Boop, boop. There you go. Alright, save. Alright, sled game, sled game, sled game, sled game. Sled game. You know with him and not with us. I also grabbed a handful of M&Ms and shoved them in my pocket. Oh, I didn't. I put the M&Ms in my pocket, but I should have put it in my left pocket. Whoop. Whoop. Hi, Momo. Alright. I'm toast. Invite only. If you guys want to join, the password's gonna be boob no caps. Okay. Welcome to the sledding demo. Exit the lodge circle. Exit the lodge circle to sled. No sledding in the lodge. It's probably reasonable. That's probably reasonable. It's a very cute game. Ooh, can we customize? I don't know, customize. Oh. I want a little bow. And I have this sled. I want to be a bear. I have a little hammer. What was it called? Boob? Boob. I can just invite you. If you want. Because we're friends. Are you? Category? Did it not change? What the fuck? It says Fortnite. Now I invite you in here. Salvage. How do I invite people? Hold on, let me. Here. Oh, invite friends. And then. Boop. Come on. Hello. I'm gonna hit you. I don't know how to. Oh, my hammer's gone. Can we buy stuff? We can buy stuff? I want to buy stuff. Ooh, we can buy different sleds and stuff. How do I buy? Wow, okay. You I want a flower. Okay, I guess we're playing until we get the flower. Oh my god, and the star necklace? Okay. I'm presuming. Hello? I hear myself.
Hello.
Hello? Oh, hi! It's time
Well,
to
not sure where to
sled.
go.
I think we just gotta go out of the sled.
Oh,
Sled?
different
The
sleds.
lodge? Yeah, and we can get hats and shit too. What is this? Dyes? Oh, you can dye it. Ah. I wanna dye mine blue. What's over here? It's a dart game? Oh. Oh, you knocked mine out of the way. That was
I'm just too good.
nah. You knocked mine out of the way. What the fuck? Boop. What the what? Oh wait, you can't pick it up from there.
How do you get rid of the welcome?
It just kind of goes away after a little bit. I think. I don't actually know. Or you have to leave and actually go.
Oh, there we go.
Whee! Same button to stop sledding. I'm a bear. E to look at through the actions menu. Some actions aren't available in the lodge. Tab to see who's in your lobby. Cool. I tried to put tips in the top right. Oh, I didn't read the last one. E, place marker. Whee!
Ah!
No. No. Don't do it. Yeah, you missed. You missed. Beep beep. This is so cute. Get back here. Pacha. I want to get more points. How do we get more points? What's this? Why do trips? Does we gotta go up the summit?
Probably that's how we get higher.
Oh, that makes sense. No thanks. I'm a bear. I'm not supposed to be awake during winter.
Well, I'm supposed to be in the ground.
Oh shit. F, not E. I thought it was E.
Oh wow, it got faster.
Whee. Such a cute game.
I like it already.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a good hangout and kind of screw around game.
Mm-hmm. Wait, that's a golden one. Did you see that? That was golden. What the fuck? Why was there a golden?
Adjust my volume real quick.
Oh, okay.
There
Oh,
we
it
go.
was golden. There was a golden one. There was a golden thingy. The thing I was sitting on,
think
there's a
I-
golden one.
I saw that you can just like find things throughout the map to like add
How do you get off? How
space.
do you get off? Oh, okay. Thank God.
Yeah, like you can change your stuff over here too.
Hmm.
Curious to where this
Yeah. What's this? There's a hot. I think there's a hot cocoa stand. I think I found a hot cocoa stand. The hot cocoa stand. Kiwi? Kiwi? The kiwi fall down the mountain. I think kiwi might have fell down the mountain. Oh, look, there's a golden one. There's a golden sled. I'm gonna make a hot cocoa. Wait, what's this? Cannon of absolute peril. Oh, okay. Well, I won't go up that one. Some hot cocoa here. Let's drink some hot cocoa while we wait for kiwi. Marshmallow. I like that it's just the whole face. That cup went so far. Okay, time to go sledding. How? How are you supposed to control that, I wonder? Because you kind of just fling off of the sled. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum bum ba-dum bum. I wonder if, like, this is the way. This looks like a way. How do you turn? Oh my god, there's a rock! Ah! Woohoo! Oh gosh. All time air was like 2 seconds, I got 10 points. Let's go. Oh, we're getting back to the lodge. Yippee! Ooh. Ah. What's this? It's like a snowball area. Snowball fight arena. I like it. It's like an archery area. There's so many like areas to explore for just a demo. Kind of cool. This hacky sack. There's this hacky sack. Oh, and then they have like I don't remember what that one's called. They don't have hacky sack. That's cool. It's like I can still hear Kiwi in the distance. It's like he's still here with us. Kiwi! You're alive! What happened?
Cocoa. It stole my hot cocoa. Oh,
Where did you
Go
go?
to the
What
cannon.
happened? Go into the
go to
cannon.
the cannon.
Wait. How do you... Oh shit. Alright, she blows! Oh shit, I'm supposed to click it. Holy shit. Here we go. Whee! Boop. Hi, Kiwi.
Hello.
I like the little hot cocoa stand.
Yeah, they're nice. But yeah, that's why I disappeared. Is the cannon up here too?
Oh.
Then you can add marshmallows.
Yeah, have you drank it yet? It's really,
Yeah, I was
I
drinking it on
like
the
the
way
way
down
you
the
drink
gondola.
it. Yeah, I like it. You just whole face.
I like to chug my hot cocoa.
It's gonna burn your lips though, bro. Yeah, you eat this shit pretty far. Watch. Whoop-ah! He's gone.
How do you throw it?
You gotta drink the whole thing, and then I'll let you throw it.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, hey! Hey, there's a cannon of definite peril or something over here.
Careful, you'll go pretty high with that one.
Bet. Let's go.
Oh, that's a different one.
Whee! Oh, this is shooting us out of the skybox. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, we're getting faster. Where am I? The screen's getting darker. Oh! Holy shit! What the fuck was that? Was that an abominable snowman that just fucking kicked me in the face? What? Where am I? Where am I? Is he throwing? Is he kicking me back? Where am I going? I think he kicked me back. Oh. The wind is too strong here. Which way is back to the park? Oh, this way. Yippee. Oh. Well, now I know a Yeti fucking curb stomps ya. That was very scary. But at least I'm alive. I'm glad I didn't die. I'll be there, Kiwi. I just need a minute. Oh no. There you go. Goodbye, Snowball. I will say I like the cannons more than the whatever the things are called with the seats, because they are faster. Gondolas? I think they're called gondolas. I don't know how you're supposed to control. Are you supposed to control it with like left and right? It is so bad. This is so bad. Oh, that would make it so bad. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is so hard. Yay! I made it so Kiwi! Look, I made a ow! Oh fuck, that was a drive-by.
It was a drive-by. We gotta go use some tricks and stuff. That's how we buy stuff.
Okay, I'll go to the cannon. I go.
Okay.
I gave your snowman a friend, by the way.
Thank you.
Fishing.
Yeah,
I
ice
gave
fishing.
sledding.
You can sell your fish.
Sell your fish.
I can see you.
Let's see, Kiwi. Is Kiwi going back down? Oh, I guess you could sled there. Oh, no, that's a smart... Where'd Kiwi go? Did Kiwi take the cannon of endless peril? I bet he did. Beep, 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 beep. Oh wait, no, did he take this one? Oh, yep, there he is. There's a campfire up here. Boof. Nice. And a hot cocoa machine up here. What? Where'd Kiwi go? I know how to get off this mountain.
We slid down.
Oh my god, I found Bing Bong!
You got Bing Bong? What?
I found Bing Bong! Look, Bing Bong! It's Bing Bong!
He misses his wife.
That is valid.
Do you think he got left behind?
Yeah, probably.
Ah, you punched me!
Oh, what the fuck? You can punch people? How do I do that? How do I do that?
I don't know. You did it again!
Oh, it's like left and right click, same time, I think.
Oh.
Hey,
I pick
hey
you up?
now. Hey
Can I
now.
push
Hey
you
now,
up? No.
stop. No, don't push me off. Ooh, wait, can we roast marshmallows?
Ooh, that. Oh, you can make s'mores. There's graham crackers over there.
Yay.
I just like put it in the fire.
I think you hold left click.
Oh, use. I see it smoking.
Yeah. It's really hard to see. The flames are really bright.
They are very bright. Well, that's something we can leave in our review.
That's true. That's true. Ah, look, I have a golden s'more.
Ooh.
Oh, you get points. Oh, what's it done with my s'more? No, no. You. Oh, no,
Down.
don't.
Go down.
You go down. Ah.
You
Give
can't
me-
catch me.
Give me-
Oh no!
Goodbye, Kiwi Goblin books. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Am I gonna land it? Oh, I landed it! Holy shit! I guess I'm going. Oh, okay. I keep going down. A little spicy because of the trees, though. Oh, you do control it with the left and right mouse. Oh. Oh, this is like this controls like the fish game, but way better. I fear Kiwi Goblin books may never come back from this. Oh. Is that a bat? Is this a bat? I don't know what he is, but I like him. What is this? What is this? It's 6k points for one of those. Oh, are they like mystery? They're like mystery things. I want one. Alright. I guess I should get a fishing rod. Do I have a fishing rod? Do I need to buy a fishing rod? Fishing rod is 10K. How much is the hat that I want? This one. Okay. There you go. I'm gonna bear with the flower now. That's all I've ever wanted. What's that one? Is this Gamba? Gamba! How do I gamba? Oh, is that how I gamba? Oh, gambling's the way, brothers.
Are you gambling in here?
Gambling is the way, Kiwi. Hey,
Stop it.
Gambling is the way. You can't tell me to stop it. I see what you guys do in my chat.
Uh-huh, I got a hammer.
Let me see if I win this one. I lost 600.
Did you lose it all?
I lost it all.
Let's see here.
I'm gonna do one more. I have 40 left.
I'm gonna do 100 uneven.
100 uneven. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
do my last 40 on odd. Are you ready? You do it.
Ready?
I can't believe they had gambling. This game's the best.
Yeah!
I lost.
I gained 20 out of that.
I have nothing. I have nothing, Kiwi. Nothing!
You have a
I
hammer?
have this flower, though. No, stop.
You have one too?
Stop. Hammer time. I don't... What is it for?
I don't know. I want to see if I can break the snowman.
Oh, you go Blake, Johnny, and Jim? Oh, well, there's still a
Apparently I can
ball
just,
left. There's still a ball left. Oh!
You also have a map you can look at.
The map? Oh, map. Oh. Oh, is the things in red, like, not in the demo? Are you dancing?
I'm a little ballerina.
Ballerina, cappuccino. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what this is. Oh, you can pose. Oh, sad. Oh, sad. Right,
Oh
I
wow,
gotta
I'm
go.
a ways away from level 1.
Oh, yeah, we both are. I put my map away. Put it away. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna go get more points. Don't stop. I figured out how to control the sled. I don't know if that was in the tutorial, but I figured it out. Out of my way, gondola. There's only one way to go. That's fast travel. Whee! Yeah. I like that there's a statue right there, actually. It's a frog statue. And there's another one. Oh, my neck. This is actually great. I was a little hesitant to play it because it's a demo, but it's actually great. Going back, I'm going back, I'm going back. Alright, so is this like is this a thing or what is this? Go wherever, but the intended route is through the checkpoints. My best is 34.64 seconds, though all 3 checkpoints without falling. What are the checkpoints? Oh, these are the checkpoints. Go, 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 go. I don't think I was fast enough. I need to be faster. Woohoo! I wonder if it shoots depending on the angle of your camera. Or if it's just always the same. So wait, can I... Let's see. I'm here, so I could go... Going this way is better? This way? This one doesn't have any checkpoints, just go. My best one without falling is 25. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, okay. Go back up. I gotta get that momentum again. Oh. Wow. Wee. Wee. Oop, oop. Haha. Woohoo! Ah. Haha. That's not so bad. I got 1,000 points for that one. If I do that like 9 more times, I'll be able to get a fishing pole. This game looks incredible. It is incredible. It's the sled game demo, and it's so much fun, and it's really cute. And the controls are very nice. I didn't realize that the controls would kind of be like a Tony Hawk like skateboarding game, but it's actually very forgiving. It's very nice. I like it. And you can even play a lot of mini games or just hang out with your friends and drink hot cocoa. It's nice. And there's a lot of like things you can buy in the shop just by playing the game, which makes you like actually want to play it, which I think was like what kept people going for like web fishing when web fishing was really popular. What? Doink. Whee. Really encourages like just using the sled to go everywhere, which makes sense. Wow. The map is really big though. Like with the sled you move very fast, which is nice, but it's like surprising in my opinion how big this map is. Okay. I wonder if that was like a thing where you could have gotten air. I don't know how I'm supposed to get some more air here. I guess here. Whee! Oh my god, I'm gonna crash! Ah! Aww. Fuck. Fuck. No! I gotta go back up. I at least have to go as far as I would last time, because the last time got us 1,000 points. So I want to get another 1,000 points. If we can get up to like, I think it's 10k or 6k to see if we can gamble for another little guy, maybe? I don't actually know. I wonder if hitting those targets with the sled is anything. Hey, from the hello! Thank you for making such a fun game. My chat was suggesting it, and I've been following you guys on TikTok for a while. If you don't mind, I'd love to make a TikTok about your game. I'm not popular or nothing, but I like talking about games that I play that are fun. Oh, series I do on TikTok. If only it was Kiwi was here. I don't know where Kiwi is. We will also thank you for making such a nice game. Let me turn into junkie mode. I feel like being a shrimp in a cold biome doesn't really make sense. Boop. I'll go back up. I'll go back up. Also, this is very addicting, so, you know. Boing. Oh, look, I see Kiwi! Kiwi! I'm coming, Kiwi. I'll land right here. I'll go down. Rah. I'm coming, Kiwi! I swear to God, if you leave without me, Kiwi! Wow! I think a good way to go down the mountain will be like jumping and then going, huh? Jumping and then going.
Ouch.
Oh, where are you?
I'm right behind you.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, hey!
How to do the races, by the
Hey!
way.
How? What?
Follow me. Follow me.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
We gotta go to the cannon.
Okay. Also, for the sledding team says thanks for playing the game.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Move your big fat butt. I can't get in there. Thank you. Woo-wee! Yeah.
I don't
Alright,
know
how do
how
we
you
start?
fly so much more than me.
I don't know. Maybe I point my camera up? Maybe it's because I'm a bear.
You actually gotta start the race.
Oh, shit.
Careful, because you'll race the upside down the whole time.
I've been on these planes before. I know the trials and the tribulations. Woo. Yeah. It's usually where I fuck it up. No, I got this. I got this. Oh. Oh, yes. Yes, I landed it. Oh, fuck. I didn't expect the second one. Woohoo! I did it! I did it! I did it! Yay! Oh, we'll wait for Kiwi. Oh, there he is. Here he comes. Hello.
Hello.
How many points did you get?
500 because I came in second. But you can do it by yourself and get 1,000.
Okay. I wonder if the other one
Yeah.
gives you more. The one with the
Watch this.
checkpoints, because that's one's harder. You okay? What was that? You just died.
Do you see what I look like?
No, you just look like Frog.
I'm all smushed and looked like Bing Bong.
Oh, what the fuck? How'd you do that?
I don't know. You can ragdoll though.
How do you ragdoll?
R.
Hey, what the fuck? See ya, loser. Oh god. He's catching up. No!
I think I'm figuring out how the sled actually works.
Yeah, it's like Tony Hawk's like the fish game.
Yeah.
It's like the fish game. No. Goodbye! I like the proximity chat when you're getting shot from stuff. It's fun. Oh, no. I'm so far. Whee! Don't. Don't do it. Don't. Oh, you missed me. Wait, I wonder if hitting... Wait, can we hit the snowballs against the targets? I wonder if that does anything.
It gives you a couple points.
Oh shit. There's no man.
Well, I think you gotta hit different targets because I already hit that one.
I think I broke it. I think I
look like you're stuck throwing.
I think I broke it. I broke it. I held it to the max and ah!
There you go.
Thank
Hey,
you.
I fixed you.
Yay!
Oh, and I got 100 points for hitting you.
What the fuck? I want 100 points. What? You have to be further away. Oh.
You gotta kind of aim a little over it.
Go over it. Boop. Excuse me. Oh! The fuck?
How many points are you at?
3,599.
Nice.
How many are you at?
6,247.
What the fu- Alright. I'm going back up the mountain. Whee! I gotta go get more points, guys. We gotta go get more points. Oh. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up.
I'm stuck.
That's funny. I'm a little fast here. Let's get this air. Oh god. Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, let's get out of the trees. Oh, boy. Woohoo! Oh. Oh, no, I fucked it up again. I'll make it.
Hello.
Hello. Whee. I did it.
Did you start the race?
Yeah, I did. I just kept fucking it up.
Oh, that kind of is two different races then.
Yeah.
You leave me alone. Leave me alone. You bully.
Never.
Bully.
Oh! Get points
Hey,
for
there's
this.
cornhole.
Yeah. Aw, yeah, I'm gonna suck at this. Aw, man.
Oh, don't go for back. Well, maybe go for. Hey, I made it.
Hey! Yay! I should just go full, just go gung ho. Okay, maybe not. I'm just making a pile. What's this called? Do you know what this is called?
This is I have the name.
My guy's so slippery.
I know they play it at the Olympics. I can't think of the name right now.
There's a button here. That's rude. Oh, fantasy! Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope we're having a wonderful. Am I supposed to go on the other side? I don't know how to play this game. I don't know Olympics.
We're supposed to have people who like sweep the ice.
Maybe there's like a broom then. Whee! Oh, it's not any faster on the sled, really. It's just slippery for us. Whee! I'm gonna go do another race. I want more points.
I'm trying to find the fishing.
I think that the fishing rods are like 10k.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Thank you for the head pat, Wolf. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'll go get more points. I'm playing a sledding game with my friend Kiwi. My rider. My friend. Oh, God. Eh. I think it does affect it. It does. It's just like the sledding. How far you go is just like, oh no! It's just like the sledding. Wonder. Whee! Woohoo! What the fuck? Ha! You missed. Ha! You missed.
Flag is my spawn.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, you
Wait,
can
what?
place the spawn
How-
markers. Hold one.
What the fuck?
And now
Oh!
you can hit 2 to
You
just
told me
spawn
I'm-
up here.
Oh my god. I will also start a race. Go. This one has checkpoints though. Gotta gain momentum. Hong Kong, motherfucker! Oh, fuck! We got it. Oh, we're good. Ka-chow! Oh, fuck. Oh, I landed. Oh, I landed. I went so far off. just gonna wobble. Ah, what the fuck? That was my face. Yeah,
I found
yeah.
a cheat to get down really fast.
How?
Just fall off your sled.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, wait, if I hold 2. Ah, shit, yeah, dog. I have 8,000 points now. Oh my god, I can almost get I want to get a fishing pole.
I need to do some more tricks and I won't get to 10,000 soon.
Hell yeah. Oh, 1,000? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I did it. Oh my god, I did it. Oh my god! No, I lost some momentum. No, go. Go. Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh god, we're veering off course, chat. No! Ah! Whee! Hey,
Okay.
you stop that. You stop that.
I did a bank shot off of one of those like little holes for the gondola.
Oh shit! I didn't know that counted. Oh, I got 10,000 points. Let's go.
Ooh, let's go get him.
Fishing pole time. But Kiwi, this, whatever this is, costs 6.
Are these like skins
this-
and hats?
I think so.
Got a couple big
Alright.
ones in the back that are broken.
I know. I want to try out this gold one. All right,
Yeah, it
we'll get
makes
the
you
fishing.
excited for the full game.
I know, right? I'm actually. This is actually a really nice game. I hope they do like well. I hope they can make a lot of money.
Yeah, it needs a little bit of optimizing, but otherwise it's like pretty fun.
Yeah. All right, I got my fishing pole. I think
Can I fish you?
that's what I was thinking.
Oh wait, can I use it like a grappling hook?
That'll be cool.
That would be cool.
Gotta go to the watering hole. Down to the watering hole with my fishing rod.
Are you like caked up? Because this frog is caked up.
What?
The frog is
think-
caked up.
I think we're all a little caked up. Where's the
Yeah, but,
fishing
like-
hole?
I got like little ripples on my butt when I walk.
I think yours has more because I think your legs are thinner than my
Oh, that's
legs.
probably
I got
it. Or,
chunky
like,
fat bear
shorter.
legs. Yeah. You know where the fishing hole is?
No idea.
It's on the map.
Ooh, what's this?
It's a snowball fighting arena.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
What the
work in
fuck?
progress.
What?
Oh!
Oh, 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 stinky. Don't do it, stinky. Oh. Ho ho ho. Oh, I suck. Oh, oh, holy shit. I should get pity points.
Build up that power.
Ah!
Through try.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck, no, don't move. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? I blocked myself.
Strafing.
Leaving. What's that red ball?
Bounds, you cheater.
But yeah, but look at this red ball. There's a red ball out here. I don't know what it is. It's like a skate park?
Is this like a trick area?
Feels like it. Eh. Did you get kicked by the abominable snowman yet?
Oh yeah, I did. I followed after you.
Let's go. It's a half pipe. Whee!
Kinda wish there was a way to like propel yourself a little bit.
I think the all you got really is like jumping and then
Yeah. There's like not a scoop.
Nope. Nope. Oh. 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 Can't believe they put bingo on the name. Ow! Beep beep. Ah!
I think there's something up over here.
Oh, adventure. Blee 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 blee. Oh. I got a Skyrim in.
Yeah.
I don't see a cannon. So we must go up the gondola. Ow. I took the middle seat because I'm a big fat bear.
It's okay. I like the window seat.
Yeah, yeah. Whee! That's another golden one.
We need to get on one of those golden ones, see if they're special.
I wonder if they're just faster or something.
Maybe.
They feel faster.
Maybe they give you some sort of reward.
Maybe.
Ragdoll.
Ugh. You know, it'd be funny if you could hold hands while sledding. And then
I
you
think
like,
you can both ride on the toboggan.
ooh! Kiwi, this feels like Abominable Snowman territory.
It does. Can we even get through? Oh, you can just walk
Yeah.
on through.
Yeah, because sometimes when the Abominable Snowman kicks you, you get stuck anyway. Day 365. I don't know if we'll make it out here. Whoa! Nope, 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 nope. I'm going back, I promise! No, leave me alone! Who can say where the road goes, where the wind blows? Da, da. I'm almost at level 1. What happens when you get level 1? Oh my god. Aww. Wait, Golden Gondola. Hi, Andrea! How are you? Golden Gondola. Does it do anything? I'm good. Doesn't do anything. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm just playing a little sled game before we watch TikToks. If you'd like to join us in watching TikToks here in a minute. I just want to reach level 1. I want to reach mine at the top. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to do another race. Hopefully, I'll be at the next level. Ooh, I'm pretty good vibing to music right now. Fuck yeah, I hope the music are epic vibes or chill vibes or whatever vibes that you're hoping for right now. I hope it's hitting just right. Ugh. Gotta level out, gotta level out. Ah, fuck, I hit a tree. Ugh. Bonk. Oh, if you do it by yourself, you get 1,500 points. My thingy leveled up. Oh, maybe I can. I said it upped my toboggan or my sled. Hello? Kiwi?
I'm on the roof.
Oh, how is it up there? I can have a red one now. Eee.
I was
Hey.
tobogganing or sledding away from the Yeti and almost got away, and then he kicked me and I landed on the roof.
there's a target on the chimney on the roof.
Oh,
Also, I found out if you do the race by yourself, you get 1,500. You get both first and second place.
I thought it was just 1,000.
I think you get both.
Well, technically, you are coming in first and second. It's 3,500.
God damn. There's a bus.
Or
There's a little
35,000.
for 50 million. You look, there's a little bus one.
Wow. I like the one for 130,000. That's like a dog sled.
Yeah, that one's cute.
But we gotta get enough so that we can sled together.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of money.
There's gotta be an area to do like a whole bunch of spinny tricks. Or
I
we
think
can gamba.
let's gamba. Let's gamba. Let's gamba, brother. You can split up what you bet on as well.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. Let's go. Go 1,000.
I'm going 1,000 on even and odd.
That means you're gonna lose regardless.
What? 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 Are you telling me that I don't know how gambling works? No, I got 2,000. Oh, I went even.
Yeah.
I see.
You may not know how math works.
Yeah. Oh.
There we go. I don't think he counted my first one for some reason. Hey, I got
Yay!
2,000. Okay, betting on the colors is better.
Okay.
Black and red. I'm gonna go red again. How much are you betting?
Put 2,000. Come
Well, we're
on,
going
baby.
against each other.
Oh, come on, baby. Come on. No!
Aw.
Wait, what? Was that? Oh wait, no, I did it. Ah,
Yeah,
see.
that noise was me.
damn. Put in
Wait.
a lot.
Hold on. There we go. I figured out how to do it.
Who will win? Who will win? Who will win?
Yeah.
Aw.
I'm up to 5,000.
I'm betting it all.
Good luck. In worst case scenario, if we lose, we just go sledding.
Yeah. I just saw the number go down to 0. Come on, come on. Let's go!
Wait, now I gotta
8,000.
go all in. Now I gotta go all in.
Yeah. Can we go all in with you again? I'll do it with you. Whichever you bet,
Alright,
I'll
I'll go
bet.
on red.
Alright, we're.
Totally.
Oh shit! Look at the tower. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I lost it. Oh. Never taking you gambling again, Kiwi.
Excuse me? You
I'm
have
never
no
taking you gambling
influence?
again.
Alright, I'll meet you at the top.
Okay. Oh, you just fade away. That's nice. Hello.
I tried putting one of these flags on top of the roof, but I can't.
Aw, damn. Oh. You get it at low. You level it. When you level, you get it to be red. Oh, I missed the airtime. It's okay, I can get it here. Gotta level out. Gotta level out. Fuck. Oh. Where'd Kiwi go? Oh, there you are.
I was doing good, and then I got clotheslined by the gondola.
Oh, damn. Oh.
Gamba!
Okay, Gamba!
I wonder if they're gonna add more games because it's like a little casino area.
I feel like it.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, that works. Alright.
Come on, come on. Come on. Yes.
No. So I guess, like, I'm just betting on everything in this row.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I got nothing left. I'm just gonna make you roll.
Oh shit, okay. Come on, baby. Come on. Yes!
Nice.
Black. Black wins, man. Wait, I wanna get one of these.
Yeah, see what this is. You get a banana hat? What?
Oh, my inventory? Oh no, I have to
Or
go to a
maybe
chest.
the chest?
Yeah. I don't know, it doesn't look like it gave me anything, actually. I think I just got scammed. I think I just got scammed.
Maybe it's like the trinkets.
Trinkets? Oh, it is!
Oh!
Plus 400. Oh. What do you sell the trinkets?
I think you just put them on your sled.
Oh. Yeah, you can like deck out your sleds. I'm gonna put a little guy right here. There we go. Ow! Did you fucking hit me with a dart?
Maybe.
I'll go see what's upstairs.
Oh, it's
What's
over
up
here.
here? Uh oh. There's a meeting room up here. Which is nice. Gives me like pretty good VR chat vibes, honestly. Kind of web fishing vibes. Alright, chat, let's bet one more time, and then we'll go watch some TikToks.
Yeah.
One, good job.
Nice.
I'm
So
gonna.
it tells you like how much you're gonna win. So if you want 2 to 1 for the bigger payouts, but it's harder odds. And then like if you get 0, it's 35 to 1.
Oh.
It looks like any of the specific numbers is 35 to 1.
Damn. All right. This one, my favorite number. And then it'll be TikTok time. One last
Alright.
gamba for the road. Come on, baby, a 6. Come on, baby, a 6. I don't know where the 6 is. I think it passed it. Gah!
I should have stuck with the second 12.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go watch TikToks. I'm gonna play this game
we
again
gotta
at
get more
some.
people to play this.
Yes. Oh my god, this map is so big that it feels like it really can fit a lot of people in it. It's
And
not like
It's like
a complicated.
not even the full map.
I know, which is crazy. There's like
Curious what that
caves.
cave is.
Yeah, we both looking at the cave.
I wonder if it's like some sort of like
All on black.
hot
Okay.
springs.
Oh, it could be. Okay, I have only 710 left. We'll put it all on black. See what happens. I usually do black. It usually does me pretty good. What do you mean it landed on 0 green? Oh my, I'm done. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, it's on my wish list. Cool. That was rigged. Rigged and a half. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready to watch some TikToks? Rigged. I know. My stupid Baka Chud life. That's crazy. All right. But I don't know who wants to go first. If we'll do Bobby first, but I don't know who. Oh, I should say I don't know who wants to go last. Kiwi or Vexed. So we'll go through Bobby's first, and then if one of them decide that they want one or the other, as fuck's fun. Vex is gonna miss the gamba. It's valid. Do I have any more M&Ms in my pocket? Oh, I do. I think I went too far. 19. Alright. Just watch some TikToks. Hold on. Oh. That's crazy. I think this is the one that stops. Uh-oh. Throw it. He threw it anyway. Vex is lurking. Okay. No, fuck. Freed me for TikToks? Okay. We'll do yours first and then we'll do Kiwi's last then. So that way you can go back. Or after Boffies. This is not me. Because I'm awesome. True. True. Oh my. We're gonna get you the best doctors. This is a 7-minute video. Oh, what did she do? She... Oh, poor baby. Oh, God, I don't like the others. No. Mm-mm. That cat is zonked, bro. Swear to guys. Thank God. As long as it's not stinky. Go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. You are. I'm not sneaky. I'm not. Ew. We're going to be the basement. No! Thanks! It's okay. They can call me. It's okay, Buster. It's fine. I can be stinky. I'm stinky. I'm so stinky. I actually like almond milk a lot. I like milk a lot. What's happening? He's rhyming. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, no, no, no. I like that he's in like cosplaying as the main character. He's a merry man, Chad. He's a merry man. Oh my God, stop. I don't want these. Aww. I'm just a goober. I'm just a goober. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay. Glad we went through that. All right, we'll do Vexed so they can go back to the basement. Because all thanks to the wonderful Buster that let Vexed out of the basement. Let's go. Scroll. I must scroll. Ooh, I don't know what that is, but that looks good. I don't know what that is, but it looks good. Is that a grape? Are those long grapes? I'm seeing long grapes on my For You page a lot. Wash my belly. I saw that one. I really like that one. I love Big Nose's new like chibi model, her gremlin model. It's really cute. That's fine. That's fine. That's what we're doing you first. That's what we're doing you first. Oh, I forgot to record. Let me start recording. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, Buffy. It's okay. We watch One Piece. I like to say this dork made me wait as she sent the 200. To wait, 250? 250? Oh my goodness. She made me. Hold on. Keep scrolling. Let me keep scrolling. Sitting in the opposite of standing. Sitting in the opposite of standing around. TikTok, are you okay? Are you gonna keep letting me scrolling? I see a Star Wars one. I see a gay one. Let me scroll, damn you. Ooh. This makes me really happy that we have so many. I was in therapy for an hour. She didn't start setting them till after I got back. Whoopsies. Oh, well, you know, time about next time. TikTok is clashes share about. Yeah, I know, right? Imagine fucking Kiwi also sent like 250. That'd be crazy. I like that it still says 1652. It's been saying 1652 since like... Okay. Yeah, okay. You forgot checkpoint again. Shh, shh. Okay. I'll remember this time. You know what? I'll remember because I'll do this and then I'll be there. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Wait, that's a sheep. I would like me to TikTok drought. Okay, well, we're good then, because Vex just sent us 250. First, draw the heads. Draw the bodies. Add the faces and ears. God damn! What the fuck? A tummy ache. 0 calories and a tummy ache. I'm actually very curious. I was actually very curious about those cookies. What kind of cookies those were? Yeah. Oh, car. I showed this on Pixels, and the poor baby was so scared. I felt so bad, bro. Oh no. Yes, Baked Dixon is amazing. He's a great artist. Or they're a great artist. Sorry, I don't know their pronouns. But yeah, fucking love it. Trash anime mid piece. Name another anime with dude. I'm just saying, it's fucking crazy. 6 exercises you need to do to survive scorched earth. 3 sets of whipping bro. He stole your canteen. This guy is ripped to a point. It's very scary. 30 minutes of running to escape terror birds. I think that one's fair. 3 sets of collecting silk with a sickle. It's an arc map. Oh. Some of these are quite fair, though, depending on, like, what you wanna... He's an IRL beach bob, he is. It's kind of scary, on God. Be a little more cautious on Buggery. Buggery. Yes, I still conduct product testing on his website. Public concerns. Oh, the squishes! Yes. Yes. Thank you for the wallet. Y'all should better thank me because I was gonna crash out on this door for this shit. Which one? Which one? Hmm? Which one? Thank you for the wellness check. I drink water. Frequency. I like it. What my dreams look like 5 minutes before my alarm. Dude, on God. On God. So do you love me? I say this only partly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Buster. I promise I'll do better to watch them every week so you don't have this dilemma ever again. I promise. What is happening here? Why is there a hole? This is not my chair. I have a cute blue gaming chair. What the fuck? Oh no, big meteor. Are you alright, Earthlings? 500 cigarettes. Hey, twin, you suck. They changed. Hold on. Yeah, it changed. You. Jupiter might go. Jupiter is pretty cool. Rocky potty? What in the cook chair? I feel like, yeah, it's like a rocking chair, but you maybe put like a thing below it. When you're chilling under an overpass and you generally see Bonnie Blue's bang bus crash infecting your hometown with radioactive AIDS, bro. Yikes. MMA, karate, taekwondo. Unique riddle. Okay. God, 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 God damn it, Vexed. Gun tubers. Gun tubers? Gun tubers? Are those VTubers that look like guns? Gun tubers? Trying to figure out the ideal time to post their 3006 ballistic gel test at 150 or without period sets it. Oof. But gun tubers? Haha, get your time. God damn it, Vex. God damn you. Gun YouTube. Oh, I don't know why. I just thought it was like VTubers that were guns. Cause I've never seen like tubers used often for other things. Okay. Immediately. Oh, mega rip. As a yikes! Yep, they're gonna have to put that one in the backlog, huh? When it's 2067 and cryogenically de-aged, Grand Emperor Trump sends out the orders for the all-Palantir drones and ice air units to slime me on site because I posted JD. Oh, reading the Roman feminist literature instills me with legendary power of woke for all, so I low-key soar into the air with my Karl Marx boo-boo, la boo-boo, and fight back Obama. Yes. Saga of Stephen with a PA. I'll use my woke, I believe in you. Like, sir, first in my entire bloodline to read that sentence. Very valid. But you just met Steven. Ooh. I like it when they add words. Like a monologue to it. Hoorah! Ooh, rah. And we did. Ugh. Top 5 signs you're a bum. Wait, yo, bum's a funny word. Wait, what the fuck? Who made that word? Look at who. I mean, Halo sucks up. No, you should all like it. Payphone trying to call. Definitely not relish. If it's out of the 3, definitely. I think ketchup. Ketchup? But they don't have mayo in their hands. Obviously, it'd be mayo if they had mayo, but they only have ketchup, mayo, ketchup, mustard, and relish. I think it have to be ketchup. Even though the pH is a little high, I think it has to be ketchup. Oh no, not his muffler. Don't touch it. What the fuck did you think? God damn, it's hot. Don't call me twin if you're government. Coming after you. Gonna solve the mystery. Dude, I kind of like this guy. Oh, why are you blue? What's happening? Oh! As well survive. Bro. Oh my god. That timing is a fucking amazing, dude. I love that. That's a 10 out of 10 thing. Yes, dude, that's 10 out of 10. Yeah. I can't close to say I like that. Taking a bath with my dog. Me when streamers do karaoke. Fuck yeah. Look at the puppy. What kind of dog is this? What kind of dog is this? That's a cow. What kind of dog is this? He's so cute though. That's so cute though. That's so cute though. That's a grass monkey. Don't say that. Oh, tell mama, tell your daddy, tell your daddy. My shit. It cow puppy. Oh, oh. Look at on my tongue. Oh, look at that one. That one's fancy. Torque toll. That was amazing. Oh. Whoa. The background keeps shaking. Butter. Butter. Water. Uh, 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 Look at all those emotes. And my emote. Peppa Pig. Hold on, I have to write something down. I just remembered I want to do this. Vexed and Buster, you both have sub charms now, and you guys weren't here earlier, so let me show it off really quick. Let me show it really quick. You guys have sub charms, and you can't really see it, to be fair, but I should put your guys' names next to one another, shouldn't I? Hold on. I only have this view. I have one of the couch for when we be right back, but Buster's is this blue one. As you can see, Buster's is the blue one. And I should put Vexed's right next to Buster's. So let me make that a note. I gotta render. Make Vexed and Buster next to each other. There we go. So you guys both have one. I think that would be cute. Okay, I will put that in my list. I have to render them out anyway, but yeah, this is what the scene is looking like right now. I think it's looking really nice. I think this is a nice updated version. You guys are special. Oh, okay. We did the whole video. Spogomi. Oh. Looks so good, thank you. I stayed up till like 3 a.m. like just carefully like fine-tuning it. So I just gotta render it out now because like the glowing like fairy lights have a glow animation, and the trees and the plants have a animation as well. This does. Yes. BRB. Tell God, Dwayne, I hope you get good sweep. I hope you get good sweep, Buster. Dude, this is great. I want to do this. Dude, I'd love to do this. On God. Superman. Superman. Man, those adults ruined the chanting because they were like, the kids were going Superman, super, and then the adults were like doing it in a different pace. Sorry, my teasing. Superman, Superman. I can't actually watch it. We should really watch this. On God, we should really watch this. I want to see it. Humans will never be. Yes, so true. AI is a tool. Nothing is better than things that can feel human emotion. You should its peak. I should. I need to finish my intro video. I'll finish it for debut. That'd be pretty good. AI is a tool till it can think for itself, then it's a partner. Exactly. That's why, you know, machines in the industrial era, they never replaced us. Yeah, they took jobs that we did, but they just made it, in a way, easier for us to do more, you know? And AI is the same way. It's a tool. Is it used for good? Not a lot of the times, but, like, it could never replace us. It's just a tool to let us do more. Sorry. Yes. Yes. Oh my God, I love this. Oh, that was so good. That was actually really good. Star Wars. Oh. Go to try it is. I need to finish the Clone Wars show. No, doesn't mean you watch Star Wars. Oh, fun fact: the actor for Andor was actually a Zapastia. What does that mean? I love you. Yes. Guys, I don't feel safe. You're the one that gets that's able to log Vex in the basement. If you don't feel safe, you just put him in the basement. But eventually, you'll want Snuggle. So you know, you are the creator of your own destiny. I love this so much. Although when he joined up, they went from fighting the government. Oh, okay, that's cool. Didn't know that. He's perfect for that role then. Also, should I make my VTuber intro? Hold on. I'll write that down. Maybe I should explore the VTuber intro by using that Minecraft quote somewhere in it. Open recent. Because I really like that quote. Okay, I'll just put it in Elaine's brain. I don't want to mess with my pure refs anymore. I'm too high for this. Maybe add Minecraft outro to VTuber intro. And the universe said, what the heck were you thinking? Yes, you should. Okay, I will then. I like this editing. This is fun. I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Hold on, I need to know who sings this song because I'm a punk. It is by this punk rocker. Yes, I am. Is sung by the Teddy Bears, and the Teddy Bears is made of Patrick. Okay, all right, and then I just need to know who played Frank. But was he the singer? Frank movie singer. Soundtracks. Was composed by Stephen Renix and before by Domal Gleason. And Michael. Okay, they just sound similar. They sound so similar. I like the guy dog. I wasn't expecting the Undertale Superman crossover. How goes good? How is the Q&A? Your Q&A go okay? Oh, that was good. I like that. The little letter right there. That was a nice touch. I fucking love Superman. I fucking love Superman too. It went good. Much brain drain though. Understandable. And make some buttered noodles if you want for dinner. He looks so different. Young. Anthony Bourdain. He looks so different younger. Hey, he looks so different. Mm. Don't threaten me with, but I didn't threaten you. I'm just saying, like, we could go for some buttered noodles. I try and live my life as much as I can like his. That's it's good to have like good role models in life. I'm much more of a Batman fan. I'm sure there's a super bat. Is he dead? I didn't know he was dead. Back. Welcome back, Andrea. We miss you, Anthony. The world is so much worse without it is. I didn't. Oh, he did? Oh. One killer of chefs and cooks. I can see that, honestly. Damn, dude, that sucks. What is happening? Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta tell my wife this. Hold on. We should play Gang Beasts sometime. I think it could be fun. That type of shit. Can't confirm. I did that. That's crazy. Go! I don't have teeth in this model. I like that her eyes glow. I do like her teeth. I don't have teeth on this model. I'm gonna have to pretend that I do. I like her horns. She okay? I gave my little bro brain damage. Is crazy. I hope they're okay. I like the font. It reminds me of Sabrina the Witch. Short shorts all over me. Data supremacy. No, he's homophobic now? Oh. Stop addicted to the shindig. Chomp chomp and win big. It's on the Thank you for the wellness check. Another first person. Oh. Love is love, man. Love is love. Love is love. Every time I see this guy, I think of Bridge to Terabithia. I mean, love it. Again, love is love, man. Who cares who you love as long as they treat you right? You know? Like, why does the rest of it matter? The only time it matters who you are in love with is if you're fucking your brother. Amy just cracking me up. That's valid. The one in the comments. This one? This one? Or the fucking or wait, or this this shrimp is we. No, you know where you are with. The shrimp has broken feet. It has. He is no longer frying rice. This is true. Maybe he could fry up some wings instead. I do think TV, especially cartoons, have gotten a lot more progressive, which I enjoy. Oh, damn. Dude, fucking, sorry, I just love this picture. Oh shit, they have like a chant? What the fuck? Cyberstan can't keep her down, cold still, we kill. If you're lonely, you know I'm here, waiting for you, and it's the crosshair. Not just a short leave you, leave here. Know me broken, shattered alive. Sure that we could die. I like that it's two-headed. You do? That's cool. Fuck Caesar and a shitty femme. I don't want to. I do like the outfits though. I think I'm here with someone. My taxes go to drip and aura farming. That's fine. You know what? Fair. Fair, because it goes back to you, right? They fucked up the subtitles. This one? Hey, man. I already get the vibes, you know? Damn. Dude. Dude. Me too. Pinar news. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh, that poor victim. You sly dog. I knew there was something I liked about you. Oh, cute. Oh, I love this. Kill the no good feelings man with hammer. Dude, this was crazy. Oh. My 18-year-old cat and my 9-year-old yelling at me for being... Gotta teach him young. Gotta teach him young. What does this mean? What does this mean? Dinner, dead. Long the have good dinner. Have good dinner. I like this. I like this image. Can't stop the loneliness. 242 bird calibration. It's very interesting the how bird necks work, and he does sound like R2D2. Me, a brave Marine idiot. Wait. Me, a brave Marine, driving my Warthog on my way to battle, the Covenant, crashing just 10 minutes after getting in is crazy. What the fuck? Oh, damn, you're supposed to calibrate. Yeah, you're supposed to calibrate your birds. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's like, I'm sorry. I gotta show this pixel. This is funny. Oh. Bro, this is me when I stream. That's just me when I stream. Sometimes I'm just vibing and then I get sad. But then I'm okay. Because you guys hang out with me. Damn! Oh, it makes sense. Claro. Oh god, this person's voice is very nice. Their voice is really nice. Give me. I think probably. Probably. I'm gonna get a peanut M&M. Look, don't drink that, sir. That's crazy. I figured as much. I like the subliminal messaging there. I was thirsty. Wait, what was it though? What is it though? That dog is so mean. Oof. Mm-mm. Was I two shoes? Two shoes and like a fish, maybe? I was too busy looking at your missing tooth. Wait, did I have... What? It kind of sounds good. Missing tooth? Oh my god, she does have a missing tooth. I just realized that. I, was I drinked it all. Oh. Zero you for your eddies. Oh, yeah. I feel like this is all just how Vex types. This is like a conversation with Vex would just look like this. No! Not the isopropyl alcohol. I really gotta support. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Dude, I'd piss my pants at the way that guy was. I would have been so scared. Yeah, his looks way more like a fucking animal's than his. His looks like a balanced breakfast. What the fuck? Oh, geez, I thought they were like calling a shark over or something. Is that a cup holder in the CD player? What the fuck just happened? Oh, that's a drink holder. That is a drink holder. Why would you pull it out? What the fuck just happened? What? No, no. No. Dude, people that can do this with their voices are crazy, bro. That's crazy. Okay. Oh my god. 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 What the fuck? Why is he just ripping shit out of the car? Why? Why? What it's like to drive with me? That's so crazy. I'm doctor. Oh my god. I like that the kid's going with it. Oh my god.
Hello, how are you? I am under the
Hello?
water.
I am under.
Please help me. Here too much raining.
Yikes. Oh my god. Jesus. That's how I feel when I look at TikTok on my iPad. Arigato gozaimasu for the meal. I love this. Mind you, I paid for her meal too. Great curry, Oni-chan. Oh, dude, I saw this, but I scrolled past this by accident. Oh no, someone fucked up. Nah, you should have just stuck with the big one. What are they frying? Oh, they're making a chicken parm? Oh, a drink. A drink has appeared out of nowhere. Oh no. If only the third one was helping and not drinking. They could have got, oh, another drink. I don't think the one on the right, I don't think Mr. Right Hand is helping all that much. Oh my god, he did it. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Why are there 5 now? Oh no. No, you're gonna get shell in the egg, dude. What's crazy is they're doing pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm worried about the egg situation. Like, they did everything pretty good. Oh, they got it. They got egg in it. They got eggshell in it. Are they gonna mix it? No, they shouldn't mix it. Like, they should grab a fork with the things. They should grab a fork with the things. Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Oh, this is so dangerous. I just stabbed it. I think don't you do egg, flour, egg, breadcrumbs? Huh? Oh, the grippy pad. Flour, egg, flour, egg, and then crumbs. Ah, okay. So, okay. That makes sense. I don't like that. I don't like that. They could have got, I feel like they could have held a spoon. They could have gotten a spoon. What is this? Cheese? Yeah, this is cheese. The cheese is not coming out. That was a raw cookie. So raw it was alive. Why? Why did that cat do that? Oh. I like that pink path. I'm hard. I'm hard. My res valid. Same. I don't feel like I'm a hot goblin. I like this animation a lot. I got that on my For You page. Oh, one of them is Scottish Fold Ears. That's very cute. He's so cute. I want to kiss him on the forehead. Be a fight. God chose me for this fight. Wait, what did he say? Wait, and I kind of want to know where this country is. Like, all the bad bitches are there. A Vex would know. Because it's my comfort game. Because nothing beats Minecraft. I will always return to Minecraft. Minecraft is a game of infinity. Just play it. You buy it once and you can play it for the rest of your life. With infinite possibilities thanks to mods. Oh! That was gross. No other game lets me be that creative. Yep. Back on me, I can't be ignored. Oh, I can't wait for Battlefield 6 on guard. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That's amazing. I never played Season 1 Fortnite. Really. I only really played it once I added no build mode. Hi. Doesn't matter. Whatever's easier. Maybe YouTubers will do some shit like this and wonder why they got kicked out. Ignore the last part. He just fucking punched a dinosaur. POV, your BF said he used to catch stray kittens, so you said prove it. Dude, that's crazy. Oh! Hi, baby! LC ones was so good. Okay, valid. When I'm giving my homeboy incredible comms through meta glasses as he's cracking voluptuous cooch. No! Sorry, that's actually really I liked. Oh, very scary. How to become unrecognizable this month? Sleep 7.5 hours every night. I already do more than that. Drink 1 gallon of water. Be physically active for a day, at least for 3 hours. Have intense reconstructive face surgery that alters your appearance. I don't know, that last one. That last one. I really hit home. Just a Viking? That's crazy. Nothing's fun anymore. Throwing Molotov cock. Fair game. I also want to open my mouth. That's very scary. I did it wheel-wise. I was standing on his lead. Oh, rip! Oh, no! The poor naked kitty. Don't let the current news cycle distract you from the fact that a truckload of burritos... No! No. Oh, no. How I feel when people my age are talking about getting married and having kids, but I'm low-key just sitting there... Dude, on God. On God. Yum, 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 yum. The poor habitos. Pet, pet, pet. Yum, 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 yum. So cute. Oh. That poor guy's arm. God damn. I suppose. Yeah, it's you. It's you, Noxia. I love this raccoon. I like her hair. No. I gotta say it was right. He's fine. Do not get close to Chief. Oh! That's amazing. Oh! Oh, he just threw him out. Oh no! Black Betty, bam, lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam, lamb. No, he's gonna throw him out again. Oh no, we gotta get it. Get back in it. Black Betty, bam, lamb. It seems like such a fun back and forth. For context, the first enemy he hits weighs over a ton. Damn! I'm definitely not going to sleep. Why eat? Why eat? Goodbye. It's a gecko. Oh! 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 Let's go. We tied up 14-40. We might win. Woo! Yo, rip. I know nothing about sports. But that was a big score difference. On God. Cinematography is nice. So have all that power. The Lions were bad for like 40 years, and they are one, if not the best teams in the league at the moment. If I had a twin that threw that much glitter at me, I would become an only child. I think they might become an only child because I would just be blind. Ugh. I was a sports hater for a long time, but I'm tempted to watch because they're doing so good. That's valid. I love you. That was nice. Look, I didn't say anything because. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna be honest. I think he downgraded from his original wife. On God, you know, the dude behind the glory hole. After I thought, wait, twin, are you cheese because you're looking great today? Platonic, fuck you, Duvex. Oh, there's diamonds up there. What's happening? Yo, rip. Yo, rip. When the teacher kids, when the teacher kicks out that one motherfucker in the Kahoot but he gently used Kahoot blast to swarm. That's crazy. It's gonna be me hallucinating and then yep. I could see that. Me and bro in 2049 after all the brain rot catches up to us. Yeah, dude. I already do that. I can't think of Fortnite without thinking of the other Fortnite, you know? On God, dude. Wait, hold on, what? 2? Ew, Vex! Type of shit Greek gods did if you didn't pray. Yep. I could see that. I love Dr. Pepper too much. I think if I wasn't poor, I'd get soda more, and I wasn't chubby, I would get soda more often and be Dr. Peppy. Damn. I love the animation style that this is. You know, emo scene girl like this, it would fix my life so hard. I can see that. I love the animation style of that. I saw this. I like this too. Dude, this is sick. Should listen to that song on stream. If it's a song on Spotify. Oh, yeah! He just knows when one's present. Ew. No. I saw this! And then he gets hit by a train. I don't know how he dropped the XP, though. What's up? Okay, we see who Vex likes. Over there, I'm sitting in the tile and oh no, not the tree. Oh, he's still going. She's so mean to me. Type shit Greek guards would do after me. What's happening? Ah! Vexed. Vexed. That was not nice. No. I did not like that. That was very scary. That's crazy. That's also crazy. Yeah, bro, that has to switch schools after that. Okay, what's happening? No! Ew! You skipped one? Is it this one? You talking about this one? Don't we watch this one? Last thing my chemistry teacher sees, bruh. When the anti-bully BMX guy eats shit, so you know you get the atomic. Ooh, God, Jesus. This looks fun. It was after the spider. It's out and there's a demo. I might have to try this. I'm not going back. I can't go back. I'm too scared. Possible career rise. Missing hiker. Abducted by alien. Vanishing at sea. Eaten by a grizzly bear. Cross country hiker. Hitchhiker. That's, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. 2021 short reviews. What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? That gun looks so clean. Uh-huh. I can't remember, but if you could. Oh, God. I'm saying, oh, God, because, oh, my God. Pixel and I were just talking about the other. Oh, my God. I don't want to talk about it. Wait. It's Julesy! I love Julesy. I don't think I've done a video on Julesy. I think I maybe did a VTuber varietal. Yes, I did a VTuber varietal on Jules, but I didn't do a video on her yet. We should do a video on her, especially after debut. I follow her other Twitter account. Monkey. It's tragedy. Fuck yeah. I didn't even use Canvas. I don't know what Canvas is. What is Canvas? I'm a little too old for this, I think. I guess I'm deceased. Did you use Blackboard? No, I did not. I don't know what those are. Monkey. Science. Well, poor Buster. Canvas, when I get you, Canvas. Is this like for online assignments? We use Turnitin.com. We use Turnitin. I like the music remix. We're best we are. I woke up with a boner. What the fuck? I wish I could wake up with a boner. The lie detector. Ooh. Ooh. I like the text that they're using. The text is really nice. ODSTP first into hell. I like this a lot. But I realize I'll probably never go back to watching short form content. Yeah, why is that? Why is that? I love short form content. There it goes. Oh! I said so that's it pixels. I like that dude. That was crazy. Rip that guy. Kiss kiss. Oh! That looked like it hurt. It did look like it hurt. Cause I'm bored. I'm so bored right now, but I'm still here. You're probably still here because Vex is still here, Pookie. It's okay. Is this Halo in order? No, it's not. Okay. Hello. I'm getting a little bit of flashy over stimmy time. Okay, good. Mm-hmm. It's not that bad here, at least. It's pretty. It's not, it's a little warm, but it's not that bad. That's crazy. The friend who becomes a different person. It was in the 90s. This. Oh yes. He did. And then you shit yourself. Please don't. But valid. This is how you make chocolate oh, brownies? Oh, browning the butter for brownie sounds good. That I'm gambling. What's happening? What's happening? Why is it all just log on ma? What's happening? Let's go get yes, Laogan Ma. What the fuck? I love this stuff. I was like, what's happening? But you're driving with your homegirl who just got her license, but she can't drive for shit, so you crash. When you wake up, you see your dumbass homeboy doing his driver's test crash right
Marshmallow brownie. Elaine, you ended the brownie one early.
Oh, did I? Okay. Wait. Oh no. No. Rip. I love the panic. Yeah. Clean my belly. Clean my belly. I'm actually more used to crickets. Where's my belly? Oh, damn. This is stressing me out. I don't very much like this. It's got it the juice got on his shirt. There's a peach pit in that. When I have 8 hours of McGraw Hill to do? What's McGraw Hill? What's this mean? Oh my god, Cherry Chews did one too? Clean my belly. Yay, my belly. Wait, I need that cicada one. I like math. Oh. This is why I don't drive. That's why I don't drive. They gave me a McNutton. I better record at this moment. How Indian food be tasting when you don't have a dork screaming in your ear about... Yup. That's valid. That's Indian food is really good. I've had these before. I quite like them. They're more grape per grape. Get more grape per grape. I am the one who rocks. His poor bike. Tell us about Spider-Man. I'm McNutton. Oh, I love these. These are cool. When you get to see how like similar genetics make people, it's really cool. I quite like it. This one's really cute. God, I love Doik's edits. This made me feel so much better about my dysphoria. That's valid. That's valid. Yeah, this is cool. I was gonna actually touch their boob with my elbow arm. Sorry, dude. Same. Same. The ADHD urge to use parentheses in every sentence because every thought comes with additional... Yeah, it's valid. Yep, no, that makes sense. He's trying. He's like holding it in his chest. I feel like he'd go poop his pants. Rise! Who is under that table? What table? 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 Love rice. What am I? What am I? I'm a sea turtle. Oh my god. Aww. Ooh. Oh shit. Mandarin fish. Blue clam. Whoa. Chocolate chip sea star. Oh, these are so cool. Those are cool. Everyone got cool ones. When someone says the 3-digit code that gives me eternal 75. Oh, Buster, you okay? What's happening? Jellyfish! The jellyfish is cool. It was really pretty. Yippee! Thank you. We also have the jalapeno poppers. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to turn my plate so I could eat my salad. I've seen this. That's my second favorite jellyfish, meant to be. Also, for context, the Elite said that about 3 months after Reach felt. Really? The poor ant. Nah. Yay. Clean my belly. I love jellyfish. Understandable. Potato. It's Mars. You just had 2 months. These fell in August and the war was over in December of the same year. Hi, Osho. Don't get Mars up. Oh, shit, good. We're just high watching TikToks with chat. Put him in air jail. Why can't he be a sleeper potato outside? Category, god damn it. Thank you, Kiwi. There's one that's called just cat. There's a category called just catting. Cute little eyes. Mars are so cute. It's so cute. You wanna go by eat. Okay, alright. I just show this to Pixels. What is happening? Okay, I see. Okay. Oh, this just didn't have audio. Okay. Okay, because why is my Uris rip? I just want to be a good Twitch streamer. Smiley face. Aww. Aww. I hope so, Bex. You can cater my wedding. Do it. Thank you. This is so cute. Oh my god. Thank God I'm eating food right now. Holding. Oh, there we go. Much better. Why is that Hawaii thing so big? Why is the Hawaii thing so big? Type your shit, homeboy. Be pulling up as soon as if you come to my, I will not be attending, guys. Yeah, that makes sense. Unless you're a ghost. Unless you're a ghost, then you should come. I shut the door. Oh god. Dude, that would be scary. I would be that bit. What George Washington having a vision that the UK will one day require ID to be. That would be crazy if like that was like his reason. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, this would be like a great fucking like aim trainer? Yep. Baby! Poor baby. Oh god, what is I'm saying? Oh baby. No, don't rage bait your dog. His life is even shorter, bro. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, bitch. So there's already a fishing minigame in Kovacs named... Really? Oh shit, I didn't know that. Aw. Is this... Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Is this your way of telling me that I need to play Silk Song? We do that in November. Hollow Knight Silk Song. If I can have the money. If I can save up. I'm willing to do that. What was that? That was nothing. He's definitely trying. Golfers destroying acres of land just to play the most boring sport. Dude, on God. I just like the art. Solid. I like that character. I like their hair. He is Superman. How about and do you actually want to play Silk Song? Yeah. I never finished Hollow Knight because it was gonna end, but now that there's Silk Song, I want to finish Hollow Knight really bad so I can play Silk Song. I played it in November. There's a sub. What the fuck is this? Not very scary. Dude, me. It was me. I'll do it when I get off a stream. Me after stream. Mockery Road, probably. No. Tillamook s'mores flavor. Campfire s'mores flavor. Or peanut butter cup s'mores flavor, yep. Can't say that, man. It was really good. The Tillamook one, the ice cream doesn't just taste like vanilla. It tastes like toasted marshmallow. It's really good. That poor bowl. Campfire s'mores. It also has peanut butter in it, though, doesn't it? Okay, I don't want to have another adventure. Oh! It's so close. So close. The #1 victory royale is crazy. That guy in the bottom right. Oh, thank you, Buster. You did it. You did it. You did it. Did you? You did it. Is my Steam lagging? It might be lagging. Toasted marshmallow ice cream with peanut butter cups and fudge swirl. Yeah, yeah, that's a shit, bro. I'm gonna start looking for that. Buster, you didn't have to. Oh, it might take a second. My Steam kind of bunk. My Steam never has this stuff right away. But I will check it after we finish the TikTok. Thank you, Buster, if you did. We hit Justin. Oh my god, that's so scary. Look at him. Look at him right. That's so scary. This looks like twerking. It looks like leg, ass, chest, in my opinion. Peak reach. Brain will edit this into fun once I'm back home. Yes. Farting has like the ringtone of the ass poop is calling out. You picking up to it. How your older brother genuinely used to treat you before the big. Oh my god, I guess I didn't have a big brother, dude. Love hyping? That's valid. This would me, but I always do my assignments early. If I didn't have it done a day before, I'd be fucked. Was weird for liking feet, now it's mainstream. What's next? Sweaty armpits and being crushed? My culture's not your costume. Dude, I wanna watch Doctor Who again. I used to do that shit there. Like, oh, very cool. Wait, is this bad? Wait, is this bad? I thought this was excitement. Seeing planes are cool though, I think. Damn, he was my favorite Doctor. He on God is my favorite Doctor. Oh no. True, they are cool as hell. Oh, okay. Ew, ew, ew. No, it's good. They're probably just doing some training exercise. Okay. That's good. Ew. This is crazy. Leave. Crazy. I was crazy once. Hi, Norman. Wrong. I'm gonna keep going. Taking my daily titles. I can be. Oh, he ate the seed thing, right? Thank you for a head pep. Old motherfuckers, when it comes to either being genuinely fucking immortal or getting evaporated by a size. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. The lion knows Calc 2 is meant to be taken 3 times. I took it twice. A, B, and B, C. The lion is never on time. The lectures on the camp. Even though he lives on campus. Fair game. Christian's getting raptured and seeing what heaven really looks like. I dig it. Thank you for the wellness shit. Let me do some more. That didn't raise a bitch. I like that the girl that was passing by. Thank you for the wellness check. I drink water. The girl that's passing by with headphones on. She's smiling. She's like, yep. Not to be that guy, but if these 108 people were me, we'd be off the yoink. I saw this. I didn't see this. Not Pibble. It's okay. Pibble lives in our hearts. I don't think. I don't think that. Hi, Gore. Ooh. Oh, it's our fight or flight senses. I like this imagery. This imagery is cool. I hope we're having a good day, Gore. Welcome on in. It's a good circuit. Me after asking my doctor for Yeah, plenty of Hades tea today. Fuck yeah, dude. I hope you're enjoying it. When it's your turn to drive past the accident. That hope today's been good. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Just vibing. We made a bit of art. We made a bit of art for our blind boxes. Our blind boxes. We have to make one more special one, but I'll make that off stream tomorrow so it can be a surprise. It's pretty cool. I like it. Dude, I loved him in this movie. I also loved him as Moon Knight. He's just a good actor overall, I think. Oh. They're such a cool shape. The X-Wings are such a cool shape. Pew, 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 pew. Look at him go. Look at him go. I remember watching this. Hee. Oh. Fuck yeah. Oh. He's just on that bug. Ha! Ha! Oh. Oh, is he thrown off of it? Oh, he was. I'm saying weird shit into my mic. This one is distracting me. What? 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 Mm-hmm. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Mm-hmm. 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 Man, the RX Besh test is such a nice touch. Which text was that? Was that on the last one? That this text? Because if so, yes. It's very nice. The Star Wars alphabet. Ah. I love how many different types of edits there are of like Halo. Like they're just I like it because it's such a variety. And they all tell different stories. I like it. So pretty. Oh, those are so cool. Yeah. Ballerinas, like, they scare me because of their feet. Well, I love moving our bodies. That's why the song "We Like to Move It" exists, you know? Oh. I like this movie. Ciao, bella, ciao, bella, ciao, ciao, ciao. I did, okay. I just want to see if I recognize that one I did. When my son's teacher called saying that he just said John Brown did nothing. I'm saying something. Oh. What is this? There's no audio. What's happening? Is it gonna leak oil everywhere? Oh, Jesus! I too love food. Mm-hmm. Wonder if he's like trying to sharpen his tooth. Oh shit! We got through them all. Let's go. That was a freaky ass little dude. Bye, Twin. Bye, Twin. Enjoy your time in the basement. Thank you for sending us those TikToks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah. I gotta scroll up to what date? The 19th. I know this guy. Or I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Alright, I gotta refresh. I think TikTok said that we are watching too many TikToks. I will. I've got a nice dog bed. What the fuck? Log in. What the fuck? I have a nice dog bed too. It's called a Puffle. What the fuck? It logged us out. What the fuck? The fuck? Unable to verify, bro. What the fuck? Dog. Okay. We watched so many TikToks that my TikTok signed me out, dude. Wait, did it do the thing? Okay, there you go. Now we can scroll. Oh, is it the 19th? Yeah, it's the 19th that we're looking for. 20th, 19th? Or, no, we had to scroll before then, the 12th. 12th. Because we didn't watch TikToks the week before. They even had Pet Rainer. Gib, I'm almost there. Gib. The 13th. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, you got a little headset. What a little gamer. Yay. Nope, she ain't coming back. Damn, that's slow as fuck, brother. Thank you for the wellness check. Okay, I like these sometimes. Have fun. Thank you. Have good jobs. He lost face that mommy would return. Yo, this guy's sick. Na, 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 na. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I like this animator. The Muffin Man. Oh, I love this dog. I put him on Vibe and Shine. I love him so much. He's so cute. Huh? Oh, I get it. I got it. I got it. Oh my god, I'm excited. Bruh. I want to play this game. I actually really want to play this game. But I don't have a Nintendo. I hope you get it. Fuck yeah. I want this game, but I don't have a Nintendo Switch. Is this who I think it is? In my ass. Proof that these scary North Sea videos are only scary because of the Yoho song. No. No, I'm still scared of it. Oh, no, no, no. He want the burger. Let him have the burger. He want the burger. Me. Ha. Ha. He got good legs. God damn. It's so quiet. These ones are always so quiet, but they're so entertaining. Yeah, but could we get a rewind on what that guy like neck like went 360? Damn, he's running. He is running. But now you have to walk all the way back. I would have just taken it there. Yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck? It has to be edited. That's crazy. I'm the same. Huh? Cherry, cherry lady, coming through the motions. I don't understand what's happening, but I'm with it. He got a little bike. Is he gonna be able to move it? Oh shit, look at him go! Yo, that's a skilled ass dude. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, sesame oil. Oh, I love those. I love those salt containers. Oh, I love those. I think they also come in like a sauce version. Oh. Uh-huh. Mm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, look at she's doing such a good job. Oh. Oof. Ah. Ah. My heart. She's so cute. Oh. Oh no. Eh. You watching The Sound of a Woman? Oh. On God, dude, that's how I felt. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know why I was expecting Gordon Ramsay at the end. Oh, dude, Vex sent us this. My cat realizing she has free will and decides to sit like, oh, fuck yeah, I love this. I love it when they sit like this. Oh, Goblin Asteroid. Oh, I believe and today I believe in myself and also curses. I am strong. I am loud. I am inevitable. Chaos. It's my comfort zone. I find the joy in the strange and power in the weird. I deserve shiny things, even if I find them in the mud. Not all who wander are lost. Some are just chasing vibes. Ah, this last one, bro. When VTubers click the wrong button. Gathering intel. I fucking love that, dude. We are now in Cyberpunk. Is that you right now? Yeah, that's me right now. That's me right now. She needs some gas too. Ah, dude, that was so well timed. You gotta close the gas. You gotta close the gas. Huh? Look at the little Mario. He want more apple juice. There was still juice in it. Oh. There was still juice in it. You're supposed to pay. I love it. Finish it. I'll make a special redeem on my Twitch. I need to copy this. I need to take a picture of this so I don't forget this conversation that I'm about to have. Boop, boop. Okay. Are you guys goobers? We are goofy goobers. Goofy goobers. Goofy goober rock. Oh. Use keyboard easy. I do like that. That's a good idea though. I need to watch this. But also sometimes smaller hands just work better with keyboards. Yo. Oh. Yo, this is sick. Oh. Dude, this is me. I'm farting right now. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. Are they hot?
No.
Okay. You're so cute. Sleepy baby. They didn't. They were so good. I ate 7 Uncrustables today, and then I realized my Uncrustable drawer in my fridge is now empty, so I went to the store solely for more Uncrustables. I feel this is what... Yeah! Fuck yeah, dude! Fuck yeah, dude! Aww. I realized, please don't... Aww, I won't. I would say chat on fire. No, don't say chat on fire. I'm gonna lose it. We're frolicking in the forest, playing waterfalls, making secret passwords. Let's go, Kiwi! Let's fucking go, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, hello, Norman. I missed you. I'm eating a jalapeno popper. He's being so helpful. He's like, oh my god. Brr, brr, brr. Brr, brr, brr. Yikes! Yikes! Yo, that was funny. The noise that she made. That was funny. Is this a One Piece edit? I'm gonna check Joe edit. I just like how chill Chicken Joe was. Oh. Crying because I will never get to see an alpaca realize in real time that he is made into souvenirs. Oh. Oh. What? It was 34 of them. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's a rough 29. Damn, I'm older than Barney. That's crazy. Yes. I had to show that to Pixels. We had a whole conversation about titles of animes like that. What's happening here? What's happening here? Why is he in the shower? Oh, okay. Makes sense. Okay. Makes sense. No, thank you. I'll be honest. Channing Tatum, he's getting more and more attractive to me as he did that Deadpool movie and this. It's so good. This is my type of autism. Dun 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 dun. Look at them go. Mucha lucha. Mucha lucha. My bestie, why'd you send me a meme about mental illness? Who is this about? That's me and Pixels. Me and Pixels when we get those. Maria, count me in. The bottle Dude, this is so good. I want this to be a cover. Oh my god, you jiggle on your... Yeah, I do. I'm a jiggly baby today. If you like the pansori from K... Oh. Oh, this fucks. Very peak. Wait, who's this? It sounds like Luke Bryan. I don't listen to him. I don't listen to Luke Bryan, so it's lost on me a little bit. What? What? Are you dead ass? It's like 50% Luke Bryan. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Don't call me out like that. You could. It just feels terrible. Oh wait. No, I get it because it's the yeah. Okay, never mind. This is true. The morph training. Oh, I wish an again. Okay. What's happening? No, you need 2 long pillows and then like you can have a short pillow for like propping yourself up if you need it. Are you gonna eat the whole thing? Oh, I see the camera. I also have only 2 pillows. I mean, that's Pixels only had 2 pillows. I think that's fair. The cat. The cat's like, what's happening? What? Oh! What? I like that slash weather thunder. Slash kill Jason Momoa. Oh, she's like, I'm evil. Yeah. This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know, but it was good. Is it gonna get wrinkly? Is it gonna get wrinkly? Oh, look at the right side. It's all bubbly. Thought it was gonna get wrinkly. It's gonna explode. Oh, you can like really see the veins in it now, and then it's like pulling out all the air. Hmm. A full one probably, yeah. I think the full one will definitely explode. Oh no, it didn't. Whoa. It blew over the other one though. Damn, I thought it would do more. I guess kiwis don't have a lot of air in them. Damn. Told my family I liked Uma Musume and they took me here. These aren't horses. But they're piggies. They're piggies. Is that turned into Optimus Prime? What the fuck? I want one. Well, guys, I know, right? Random beaver just chomping on some wood. Depraved baker looking. Oh. Whoa, bro. Why is he like that? Why is he like that, though? Why is he so red? He's cool, though. It's firefighter training? That's a flashlight. That's a flashlight. Huh? Whatever. They're not bad. They're not that off. Frick, I was eating. Poop. No. She want. Child, the boobs. I was also chicken, damn. No, the piggy's mad. I guess he got something. Nom nom. Mm-hmm. It's cute though. I love toys. Oh look! Wait, the yellow one's turned around. I want to turn around the yellow one. And lie to me, what's your name? You first and maybe I'll do the same. Nice try, but two can play this game. Nah, don't be modest. No, you're a goddess. Don't be honest, you are Athena. I saw that. I love this guy. I love that actor. That's correct. Moo moo. Moo moo. Oh, fucking right. Oh God. Oh God. You had to see the other dress? Okay. Oh! It's better, but also bad. It's like better, but also bad. They look like nuts. Yeah, you butthole. Yeah, coffee enema. Mm-mm. You can just do a coffee enema. Yeah, that's what you do at home. $15 minutes, bro. You gotta call like 30. You gotta wait 30 minutes. Oh, go Skittles gummies. In a fucking coop. That says July. Google it. You know how long I've been waiting for this. My name's Jeff. Good night, Goober. Good night, Norman. Thank you for the baddies. I hope you sleep well. I will see you on the Monday. Unless you're in the Discord, then, you know, technically, if you want to hang out for One Piece on Sunday, that's also valid. Not till Monday. Yeah, I don't stream Saturday, Sundays. I will be on Havoc stream tomorrow at Havoc underscore RPG for D&D though. As well, if you want to see me over there. Fwick, I'm sorry, no man. Where's my belly? Yay! Clean my belly. Working hard. What was it? Have an RPG. And nothing can go wrong. It's Havoc RPG. I'll be on their stream tomorrow. I'll be on their stream tomorrow at like 5 p.m. PST. We're gonna play Dungeons and Dragons. And then on Sunday, we hang out in the Discord and watch One Piece. Oh no, it all went wrong. About to take an extra strength tile so I can upgrade to turbo. Yeah. I like that. Come on, let's go there. Okay, good night for realsies, and I had to say, but you're not a fan. No, you're totally good. You are totally good, dude. Sometimes we'll watch movies, but I'll let you guys know ahead of time if it's a different movie. But good night, Norman. Mwah. Sleep well. That's crazy. Is the question, can you fuck it? Ah! But but what if he can make more of it? You know, then they just have a little bit. Honestly, we could get hopped up on Thailand and go watch trains if it's okay with. Yay! My stream roommate said she got a big collab. Oh my god. What the actual fuck? I just want to let you know that my greatest wish is to watch you. Oh, of course I'll take care of you, Kiwi. I'll take care of everybody. Oh, I love this. Oh my god, this is so pretty. Love. Oh. Absorb? Ew. Baka. Go. Yo, that is heat though. Yes, lactose tolerant. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh! Why? Why in my hour of trust and TikTok family time has both Kiwi and Vexed sent me a TikTok with a spider in it? What the actual fuck, guys? Is this coordinated? Was this coordinated? I don't understand. How could you do this to me? Why? Why would you do this to me? I'm so upset. I'm so upset. No, you know, I'm skipping this. Fuck you, Kiwi. God damn it. Ugh. This is cute. That's actually sick, though. This one's actually cool. I don't know what this is, but I want it. Rubber finger puppet shark. Dude, they're fucking $3. They're fucking $3. They're fucking $3, my dude. Look at this. One bite-sized shark's finger puppet, super soft and stretchy TV. No, I wanted to put it on my throne. I want that baby is fucking $3. It's too petty, but my pickles will get mad at me if I buy it because I've been buying too much stuff for myself. I will add a gift and a product like poop. Look at a shark BB puppet. Is there shipping bad? Purchased? Is this even real? Is this even real? Excluding checkout? Wait, what's their shipping look like? Oh, I won't be able to know. Okay, I'll just don't worry about that. I'll need a report if you use it to talk to your therapist. I got you. I'll record it, dude. Actually, I'm actually wait. She's got wait. Hold on. You can get a pack of them. Wait, it'd be stupid to buy one for $2.50. I should buy a pack of them. We should get a pack of them, right? Get a pack of them. Instead of 5, this one has 5. This one has 5, and it's $8. But this one has 5. This one has 5. 5. Shark. Okay. Oh my god, rip. I don't know why he was that far in. That was a bad part. It's rain. Oh! Rip. Mm. Mm. Blah 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 blah. Okay. That's crazy. I think that one was just English, I think. No, it's not. This is Russian. That's crazy. Those are made out of vegetables, not plastic. It's not made out of plastic, though. Should boil some plastic. Should. I think it's just like eat. They don't eat them when they're dry, though. That's cool. Well, yeah, it was treated with stuff to make it a plate. Huh? Dude. I do. Oh my god. Here's your friendly reminder to drink water and okay, fine. Bitch. Oh, you ended with that one too. Did you really end with that one? Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh no. Oh no. I sent you the wrong thing. Oh my god. No, don't. Oh wait. No, wait. I fucked up. Wait, can I delete that? I didn't mean to send that to you. I didn't mean to send you the link to the dinosaur, the shark finger puppets. There you go. Thank you for the memes. Thank you for all the memes, everyone. I love you guys. And Kiwi, we're gonna have a talk about those spiders. We're gonna have a talk about those spiders, man. You sending me spiders like that. I'll stop watching TikToks, man. Like what will I do? You know? But anywho, I love you guys so much. And Rat Cousin is still streaming, and I really want to raid Rat Cousin. I had this idea since I knew he was gonna stream for fucking 12 hours. But I love you guys. Mwah. Have a good time with Rat Cousin. I'll see you guys tomorrow on Havoc's channel. Saturday for One Piece if you're interested in One Piece. Otherwise, see you on Monday. But here's a raid message if you want it. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. But I really appreciate it so they know where you came from. Have fun with Rat Cousin, who's currently playing Devil May Cry, I think, an older one.